A.J. Burnett gets a start for the Yankees tonight, and these are his seasonal numbers. He's 2-0. ERA is a little higher than he would like. You can see 25 strikeouts in 31 2/3 innings. Opponents hitting .257. And here's our G pitcher scouting report. No flop at the Trop. You go back to April the 14th when he started the Tropicana Field, picked up the victory, and struck out 9 in 8 innings. Yankees won that game 7-2. He's been down this road before. In 4 of his previous 5 starts, the Yankees had lost the previous game. Well, A.J. has done the job more often than not. The Yankees have won 4 of those 5 starts. And K's for the Rays. He has struck out more Ray hitters than any other team. He's got 132 strikeouts against Rays batters.
B.J. Upton's ready. A.J. Burnett's ready. Let's do it here at the stadium. He swings at the first pitch, does Upton, and pops it up. Teixeira will run out of room, and we are underway. Let's take a look at the Yankees defense, which is brought to you by Home Depot. Teixeira's at first. We saw that. Cano's in second. And Jeter isn't short with Payne in third. In the outfield, left to right, Damon, Cabrera, and Swisher. Molina behind the plate. And A.J. Burnett is on the mound. Teixeira, no errors in 23 games at first this season. With A.J. against B.J., it's a perfect initial matchup for the ball game. Upton 6 for his last 54, hitting 157, the 0-2 inside.
I think it'd be fair to mention that he didn't have any spring training. He's recovering from shoulder surgery. He had a torn labrum in his left shoulder, and he played with it in the playoffs last year. He had a great playoffs and into the World Series.
Strike 3. Upton down looking.
Well, making 133 strikeouts against the Rays batters. That's the most he's had against any team. Knee high over the outside corner. Well spotted fastball, and all Upton can do is take that well-known walk back to the dugout.
Here's Carl Crawford. He has had a stolen base in 8 straight games. He had 6 against the Red Sox. He has 19 out of 19 this year. And a strike by home plate umpire James Hoy.
Burnett just straight power right out of the gate. 96 miles an hour to punch out Upton. And right in the mid-90s, just challenging guys right off the start.
IOTV offers you incredible HD picture and sound. HD is free with IOTV, the official HD service provider of Yankees baseball on Yes.
He looks pretty nasty coming out of the bullpen tonight. Good pitches to Upton, and now a good breaking ball there to Carl Crawford. He's the guy you want to keep off base.
1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. So Yankee starters now have struck out the last 10 men that they've recorded outs on. 8 for Jabba, now 2 for A.J.
You can almost hear the ball spinning up here, just the sizzle. You see that knuckle curve that he features so well. When he gets that thing going, that thing is tight. Late breaking down and in, perfect location. We talk about at home plate, you can hear the seams. You can almost hear the seams spinning when a guy has a good breaking ball like that.
Here's Longoria, and he grounds one to third. Booted by Pena. Romero Pena starting to struggle over there at third base, and the Yankees have to hope that Alex Rodriguez gets back on Friday.
Well, with each era, he's getting a little closer to either Bronx or Baltimore, one of the two. And there's routine grounder, as it was last night in the ball game against the Red Sox. And this is big leagues. You got to make that play. E5. And it's going to make A.J. Burnett work a little bit harder this inning. It looked like he was going to have a nice crisp first inning, and you know, everybody likes that. Gives the team a little confidence going into their turn at bat.
Here's Carlos Pena. And the pitch just misses outside. You always wonder why pitch counts build up. Well, that would have been a 9-pitch inning if he had fielded that ball, and now he's got a pitch here to Pena, and there's a dangerous aspect to it. And you see what he's done since 07 against the Yankees. A completely different player. A bluff by Longoria.
Longoria just has one steal. He's not one of their main base stealers, but the Rays will run. They lead the league in stolen bases. Not only have they stolen the 42 bases, they've only been caught 6 times as a team. It's a good matchup with Molina behind the plate and these go-go Rays on the bases.
Joe Madden, Rays manager. There's a strike. Count 2-1. Told you about James Hoy behind the plate. Let's meet all the umpires. Dale Scott is at first. He's the crew chief. Jerry Meals at second. And Mike DeMuro is over at third. Fastball, 2-2.
Senior, here's a prime example. Yankee Stadium, you're talking about the short field and right field porch. 2-1 pitch. Sometimes it's more important to pitch these lefties in. You see that? That's just nasty on the inside corner and up around the belt, maybe above the belt. If you don't establish inside the left-handed hitters in this ballpark, they will reach out over the plate and hook that ball out of this short porch.
He swung at that like he was handcuffed.
Runner goes. The throw to second is not in time. Now the Rays have 43 stolen bases as a team out of 49 attempts. That's 88%, over 88%.
Well, you'll see the jump right here, and really what A.J. Burnett is looking at is the pitch, and a lot of times that pitch was pretty close, and you see Longoria is easily in there. A.J. Burnett stood. You see Molina's got to come up out of it. He can't frame that pitch. Pretty close pitch. Burnett wanted it. No way for the home plate umpire James Hoy to call that pitch with Molina popping up out and throwing the second.
And now Molina wants to talk things over with Burnett. Let's look at the game time weather conditions presented by Bigelow Tea. Much nicer night than the previous 2.
You can see right there on the bottom of your screen to the right there. That's Robinson Cano playing short right field, giving Pena a lot of leeway on the right side of the infield. Now the Yankees do not shift as far as the shortstop Jeter and Pena. There's no shift there, but Cano makes the shift.
And the 3-2. With foul.
Here's an example of the quickness of Pena. He's got a quick bat. That's why he's a good home run hitter. Remember the first one, the earlier one in this sequence of pitches that he swung and missed? He wasn't going to let that happen again. He was a little quicker that time, and all he could do is pull it foul. Here's the bat speed. That's quick.
Yeah, almost no stride. Just lifts his heel off the ground, transfers his weight. Short, quick stroke.
Just underway here at the stadium. Yankees against the Rays, first of 2. And then the Yankees head to Baltimore and Toronto for a 6-game road trip. (3-2). Missed outside, so Pena works a walk. And now the error by Pena certainly has extended the inning and the amount of effort that A.J. Burnett has to give.
Well, see, he falls behind, a couple of fastballs, one's out, one's up. 2-0 pitch right there. That's a great 2-1 pitch, ties him up. That's the pitch he wanted. Molina had to come up out of it. Pulled foul, up and away. Tough at bat. You give Pena credit there. Fought off a couple good pitches.
Breaking ball.
You know, for his career, A.J. Burnett in this situation, runners in scoring position with 2 outs, opposing hitters have hit .213. Pretty strong stuff to work out of these kind of situations.
Driven out to right field. Giving chase is Swisher into the corner. And it slices foul. Pat Burrell signed as a free agent. Kind of signed, he was fortunate because he signed before the market really started to lower. Signed an $18 million 2-year deal. And then a guy like Bobby Abreu had to take a 1-year deal at $5 million. High fly ball center field. Melky Cabrera there. And he puts it away for the final out of the first inning. No runs, no hits, 1 error, and 2 men left on base. Rays nothing. And the Yankees coming to bat against Andy Sonnenstein. With a 3-run home run, Johnny Damon. Mark Teixeira is at first base, looking to get off the interstate. He'll hit third. Cleaning up and DHing Hideki Matsui. Good numbers lifetime against Tampa Bay. Robinson Cano, the second baseman, will bat fifth, batting sixth and playing right. Nick Swisher, Melky Cabrera is in center field. He'll hit seventh, hitting eighth and playing third base. Romero Pena and Jose Molina will catch. He's going to bat ninth.
25-year-old Andy Sonnenstein on the mound, and he's made 5 starts, 1 and 3, an inflated ERA of 6.75. Opponents batting .336 against him. This is a Jeep pitcher scouting report. 2008, he had 4 wins in April. That set a Rays team record. He's got 1 win coming into tonight. Right-hand batters are hitting .423 against him. And Robinson Cano, don't you know, to borrow a phrase from John Sterling, he's only given up 1 home run this year, and who hit it? It was Robbie Cano. Don't you know?
Here's Derek Jeter. And the right-hander deals. Breaking ball strike. Derek, a .317 hitter against the Rays lifetime. He was 2 for 5 yesterday and lost to the Red Sox.
Another thing about Sonnenstein, his control was unbelievably good last year. He's not as sharp this year with his control.
There was some discussion during the offseason when people try to prognosticate. Well, let's see how the Rays handle their young pitchers pitching in a month that they've never experienced before, pitching games and innings that they've never pitched before. Usually it manifests itself the next year. I'm not saying that that's what's happening, but you do wonder.
I think in spring training, there is Scott Kazmir, who's gotten off to a little bit of a rocky start as well. In spring training, they tried to hold some of their pitchers back. In fact, they didn't let Kazmir pitch in the World Baseball Classic. There's the manager, Joe Madden. I think they were very aware of the fact that these youngsters, they had 5 pitchers make 27 or more starts last year. The only team in baseball to do that. So they were aware of the fact that they pitched not only those innings, Michael, that you're talking about, but those are pressure innings in postseason.
And the young left-hander Kazmir has really struggled. And the 3-2. Right back to Sonnenstein. 1 away. Let's take a look at the Tampa Bay Rays defense. Brought to you by Home Depot. In the outfield, Crawford, Upton, and Gross. That's left to right. Infield, Longoria, Bartlett, Iwamura, and Pena. Pena won the Gold Glove last year at first. Navarro behind the plate, and Sonnenstein on the mound. There's a strike.
Sonnenstein really was effective last postseason. He was 2-1 last postseason for the Rays. Really effective. Beat the White Sox, beat the Red Sox, but lost to the Phillies in the World Series.
One of his best pitches is a good changeup. He's not a real power guy. I think he'll touch 90 every once in a while, but his changeup and his breaking ball is pretty good.
Pitched a real strong game to beat the Red Sox last year in the postseason. 7 innings. Only gave up, I think, 3 earned runs, but really strong. 7.1 innings, 7 in the third last year. And that was a big postseason win to beat the Sox to get them into the World Series.
Hit the other way. And Longoria gave it a big run, but it hits the tarp, and so does he.
You know, speaking of the tarp, Michael, wasn't it kind of strange today to walk in the ballpark and not see the tarp on the field?
Felt very odd.
Yeah, didn't it? I mean, that's been the mode of operation these first few days of this homestand.
Actually, was walking around the city with an umbrella today just because it felt normal. Nub slowly back to the mound. Sonnenstein makes a nice play.
Hook, got a slow curve. You see Johnny Damon's way out in front. Little cue shot off the end of the bat. Sonnenstein's a good athlete. Moves quick. Quickly. Quick turn. All in one motion. Good play.
The Rays employed a shift for Mark Teixeira.
And he hits right into the ship. Iwamura, and that'll do it. So the Yankees with 3 ground balls go down in order 1, 2, 3 here in the first inning. Oh, we played 1. There's no score at the new house. Tampa Bay and New York on yes. Fly to Baltimore Friday and Saturday night. 7 o'clock starts on yes, and then Sunday at 1:30 also on yes. Gabe Gross will lead it off. It'll be Gross, Bartlett, and Iwamura. Kenny, why do they start Sunday games at 1:30 in Baltimore?
There used to be blue laws. I think we talked about this before. It should be at 1:35. I think it starts. But they used to start at 2:05 because the religious people down there want everybody in the churches on Sunday, and they started the games later.
I remember growing up, Yankee games used to start at 2 at the stadium. And they used to start at 8 at night during the week. But games were 2 hours then, so people still got home at the same time.
Gabe Gross steps in. He's a new daddy. Remember Gabe from his minor league days in the Blue Jays organization.
1-2.
He and his wife had a little girl just the other day.
Missed a couple of games because of the birth of his child.
Probably glad to go on the road and get a little rest, huh? He's probably not sleeping too much at night.
We used to say that when Melvin Moore, his wife had what, Quince? And I think the statistical breakdown that year was Melvin hit a lot better on the road that year.
Two.
Couple of interesting notes on J.J. Burnett starting tonight. Obviously, in his career, he's always pitched well at home. 49-25 career record at home. On the road, depending on which team, obviously, he was playing for, was 40-51. So certainly, he likes home cooking. You know, that's always important. Get a good feel for your new ballpark here.
And he strikes out Gross, looking third strikeout for Burnett.
Once again, a well-spotted fastball. This one right to the glove of Jose Molina. Now, it might have caught the first part of it. I don't think so. It didn't. It didn't catch the edge. And, well, you know, when you have that first child, like you know what you're playing for a little bit more, and you don't want calls like that to go against you. You're checking into college scholarships already, put money away.
Puts a Jason Bartlett as a strike. You saw Bartlett's numbers. That's not what he's supposed to be about. He's supposed to be a great defensive shortstop, but 358.
He'd been hitting ninth most of last year. And when you talk to the Rays, they say he's one of their most valuable players a year ago for what he brought on defense on their ball club. And he seemed to get some clutch hits. And that happened last year a lot for the Rays. How many times did you look at the highlight shows and the Rays, particularly at home, were jumping up and down in the ninth inning because somebody got a big hit? And I don't think that's happening quite as much this year, at least not at this point in the season. I mean, you can't take away the fact they did a great job last year. Many more wins than they had the year before. I think 27 more wins.
Check the swing. Did he go? No, said Dale Scott. And the 2-2. Foul away. Rays are 12-16. Yankees are 13-13. Now you can't say that people took the Rays for granted all year, because after the All-Star break, people realized they were a good team. But they did take them for granted at the beginning of the year. I don't think they came with the same intensity. They thought it was the same old Tampa Bay Rays. That one's driven out to right field, giving chase is Swisher on the run. He slides. It's a foul ball. He can't make the play.
Now, always a tough play going into the corner, especially because Nick is a left-hand thrower. That means he's going to have to reach across his body to make any play. You can see him reaching out, and that ball just foul, and comes up short of the wall. You know, years ago, those walls were not padded.
And you know what? Even though they're padded, it doesn't really protect you all that much. Look what happened to Rick Ankiel the other day. The center fielder for the Cardinals made a great running catch at left center, and his head jammed up against the wall. And they had to cart him off and take him to the hospital. He's okay, thank goodness. They were so worried that Tony La Russa spent the night in the hospital with Ankiel. And those walls are padded, but there's still something behind the wall.
And concrete or wood or something that's not going to give very much.
We mentioned Tampa Bay 12-16. Last year they were the complete opposite, 16-12.
Yeah, it looks like concrete.
That is concrete. The 2-2. 3-2.
Well, through the efforts of the Players Association and because of the fact that the outfielders got more expensive over the years, they started padding the outfield walls.
Breaking ball, strike 3. Burnett looks on tonight. 4 strikeouts.
Well, what do? You get a 3-2 pitch like this, and you watch Bartlett's leg just freeze. That's a jelly leg. He almost just froze, and not much you can do with that. That's right down the middle, but that shows you how sharp that A.J. Burnett's breaking ball breaks.
Frozen jelly, huh?
Talk about when the walls were unpadded. Our older viewers will remember the name Pete Reeser with the Brooklyn Dodgers. People say he had as much talent as anybody who ever played, but he had a penchant for running into walls and really suffering serious injuries, head injuries. At one point, he ran into a wall and was knocked out. They gave him the last rites on the field. So for our younger viewers, Google, and you'll hear about a guy who needed padded walls, believe me. 1-1. Driven out to left field and deep, giving chase Johnny Damon on the run, on the track. He can't make the play. He'll get the ball in a hurry as Iwamura takes a 2-out double.
Well, Iwamura last year had a pretty good year for these Rays. Had a leadoff spot and moving from third base to second. This time he gives this one a little bit of ride. Also, it's slicing away from Johnny Damon. Johnny into the padded wall. Just beyond the out. I think he got a piece of it off his glove, but Iwamura is going to be on with a 2-out double. Let's see if, yeah, I believe it did. Just grazed his glove, and Johnny gets it back in.
Johnny's no stranger to that wall either.
Yeah.
He's never been afraid to dive and go out. He really, his whole career has really sacrificed his body in the outfield.
Here's Navarro. He's struggling at the start of the season. 2 for his last 12, and on base percentage under 200. So he's dropped all the way to 9th in the lineup. Foul away.
Broke an 0 for 11 yesterday. And is just 7 for his last 48. He was the all-star catcher last year for the American League. We saw him prior to the game near the Rays clubhouse. Saw Lou Kakuza Sr. working in the visiting clubhouse for his Lou Jr. and he was comparing the new visiting clubhouse to the old one at the old Yankee Stadium. He said over here he needs a GPS system to get around. So much bigger.
Yeah, Lou Sr., great guy. Been around a long time. One of my favorites. Really, the whole Kakuza family, quite a baseball family, and been around the stadium a long time.
Navarro comes out of the Yankee farm system. Signed as a free agent August 21st of 2000. Then he was traded to the Diamondbacks along with Javier Vasquez, Brad Halsey, and cash for Randy Johnson. And then the Diamondbacks traded him to the Dodgers and the Dodgers to the Rays. So that's how he's gotten here. And he was an all-star last year. There's a ground ball to Cano. And Burnett survives the double by Iwamura. No runs, a hit, no errors, and 1 man left on base. We go to the bottom of the second. No score. Let's take a moment for this moment in Yankees history, sponsored by Mercedes. And on this day back in 1930, so 79 years ago today, Red Sox trade Red Ruffing to the Yankees for Cedric Durst, and Ruffing became an important cog in the Yankee championship machine. Your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealers on the web at searchmercedes.com. No score, bottom of the second. Matsui, Kano, and Swisher. That's 4, 5, and 6 in the Yankee order against Andy Sonnenstein. And a strike. 19 home runs against the Rays, most against any opponent. Trying for one right there.
You can toss in runs batted in too. 78 against them. That's most against any opponent.
The 0-2. 1-2.
We saw a couple of first rounders hook up last night. Josh Beckett and Jabba Chamberlain, Andy Sonnenstein, a 13th round pick in 2004 for the Rays.
Base hit for Matsui. Upton fields, and the Yankees have their first base runner.
Waited back nicely on that breaking ball and just hammered it just about where it came from. Watch it. Stay back on that back foot, keep the hands back, and then explode through the ball. The pitch is kind of up too. That helps. And barrel of the bat, just cover the ball with solid line drive for Hideki Matsui. He's a good, solid, balance, swing, base hit.
Here's Cano. And there's a ground ball to second. This could be two. There's one. On to first, it's a double play. So Cano, in his first slump of the season, now 4 for his last 22. He bangs into a twin killing.
A little anxious because that pitch that was thrown to him was not a strike. And he gets jammed. And then the Rays turn Ewan Moore to Bartlett, then on to Pena. Always felt though when you're hitting it, unless the pitcher laid one in there, your first at bat, you want to see as many pitches as you can. You know, if they throw a pitch right down the middle, you're going to swing at it, of course, because you want to do some damage. But the more pitches you see the first time up gives you a real gauge of what the breaking ball is like, what the fastball is like. Does he have a decent changeup? What kind of movement? Because when you face a pitcher one time, that does not mean he's going to be exactly the same the next time you face him. He could seem to be throwing harder or not as hard.
Everything Sonnenstein throws moves too. A little cut on it, maybe a little run, big hook.
Swing and a miss as Swisher down on strikes. First a strikeout for Sonnenstein. No runs, a hit, no errors, and because of the double play, nobody left. We go to the third. There's no score. by Verizon Fios. Over 100 HD channels and the fastest internet. This is Fios. This is big. Jeff Neiman against Andy Pettit. BP show at 6. Pre-game show at 6:30. First pitch at 7:07. Slow roller by Upton up the third baseline. And Pena grabs it and fields it. He should have let it roll. But it's a base hit. That looked like it might have kicked. I'm not sure. He's right down there, but from up here, it looked like it might have kicked foul.
If it gets to the lip of the grass, it is going to turn foul. And he's not going to throw out Upton. Upton's too fast. And there's the throw that was just for effect because Upton's going to be. Is that ball going to just let it go? Yeah, just make sure you pick it up if it stays fair before Upton turns to second base. Maybe he thought the ball was just going to keep its head and go down the line, but Upton much too fast, and he's a base stealer at first. And I think one thing about Upton, as Michael said, he's not been hitting. So when he gets on base, he's thinking about going. It's not like, well, I'm going to be back here anytime soon, at least not recently. This is his opportunity to make a contribution to the team.
On the Modell's scoreboard, there's no score. As you know, Modell's is the official sporting goods retailer of the Yankees. Now, one other thing, we've talked about Pena and he's struggling at third base. He's a shortstop. I mean, he's making that move from short to third, and everybody thinks, well, it's an easy move to make because Alex Rodriguez made it fairly seamlessly. But this is a young player, first time in the big leagues, and Upton just got back, and he's obviously having some struggles at third base. He's not a third baseman.
Quick snap throw for Burnett. Good move. Sometimes you're coming up to your set position and throw over there before the runner's even got his full lead. Can be effective.
Runner goes. Throw to second. Not in time.
You see Burnett, pretty quick move to home. Good jump by Upton, and Molina gets off a good throw. I mean, this is a split second, and you can see a good slide. Looks like he got his foot in there from that angle. A little bit of a low throw. Molina gets something on it right there.
It looked like Derek Jeter tagged the right foot while the left foot was getting to the bag.
2-0. Melky Cabrera drifts back, makes the play. Tagging is Upton, and he'll move to third.
I really thought Upton made an excellent slide here. And not only is he a good base runner, but you see a guy come in here like this. You're coming in spikes first, directly right to the outside of the bag. Look at him get that heel right in there. Very close. The Coors freeze cam right there. Excellent slide.
Here's Longoria. Pitch inside.
Sometimes, Singy, you do everything right. A.J. Burnett delivered the ball home. Molina got off a good throw. Sometimes, you give credit to Upton.
And still couldn't get him. Sometimes when you're watching the throw go down to second from this angle, you can see, well, there's a little daylight there. They got a chance to get him, but he got that left foot in there just ahead of the tag.
Line drive, left field. It's a base hit. That will score Upton. Damon fields it in the corner. Longoria going for 2. And he's going to make it with an RBI double. He picks up his 35th ribby of the year. And the Rays lead 1-0.
This is also going to be his 14th double of the season. He leads the league in doubles. He's off to a great start. Fastball in. He's quick. Watch him bring that right arm in so he can get the barrel of the bat through. He rips it into the corner. He's just off to a tremendous start. 35 runs batted in, as Michael said. And just becoming a superstar type player, the face of the Rays organization, former #1 draft pick a couple of years ago, and American League Rookie of the Year last year. He's just done everything they could have asked.
And the pitch to Carlos Pena is low. 1-0. So the Rays on the board first. 1-0 Rays over the Yanks. Slow rolling single by B.J. Upton. A stolen base. He moves to third on Crawford's long fly ball to center, and then scores on Longoria's double. Cano in short right field for Pena. There's a strike. Now Longoria's dancing off second, trying to distract Burnett. And since Cano's so far away, the only one that could check him back is Jeter. And Jeter's almost right in front of Longoria, so he'll see if Jeter darts in. Now Jeter's kind of inching behind him.
Pena's got a long way to get to third base in case of a steal as well. You can see Pena way off the bag there, obviously with Carlos Pena hitting.
Did not go.
And you saw look at third base umpire Mike Demure and said, "Are you kidding me?" He thought he went around.
There's a couple pitches in this sequence. He thought the first pitch was a strike, a breaking ball, and he thought he had that one too on a check swing. Get a little flustered out there.
Well, the whole idea here with a base open is not to give in. You know, get so flustered all of a sudden you say, "Okay, here it is."
And the count 2-2 on Pena.
Now, one thing with Pena, we know he's got home run power, but he does strike out a lot. He was 0 for 3 yesterday down in the Tropicana Field against Baltimore with 3 strikeouts.
Good pitch identification by Pena. That's a nasty pitch. Count full.
This is a great finish pitch. Looks like a fastball in the inside corner. Just breaks off the plate down and in. Perfect pitch to a lefty. And as Michael said, great job by Pena to lay off.
Strike 3. Pena down looking. 5th strikeout.
We'll look at the sequence here. First pitch breaking ball, thought he had it real close. Another fastball, he gets the call off the plate. Another breaking ball, thought he had the check swing. Fouled off another breaking ball, down and in. And here's the importance of throwing your breaking ball to both sides of the plate. You go to the outside corner this time and you get the call. Right on the corner, plenty of plate. That's one of the important things. You know, it's not just about throwing your fastball to both sides of the plate. When you take it to the next level, you can throw your breaking ball to both sides of the plate, righties or lefties.
Here's Pat Burrell. And there's a strike. Good fastball. Way outside. Runners in scoring position so far this year. 9 for 22. Burrell is at 409 with 2 outs.
See, Burnett's getting a little puzzled look on his face out there. He's, you know, I understand that feeling, saying, I've been in there, but you're like, can I get somebody to call a check swing out here, you know?
Can I get a witness out there?
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the New York Yankees and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the aforementioned New York Yankees.
Burnett's been very consistent with his fastball tonight. 95 miles an hour, 96 consistently. Not a lot of variation. He's a power guy, power four-seam fastball. His breaking ball is generally in the low 80s.
High fly ball left field. Damon drifts over and will make the play for the final out of the third. But Burnett, 1 run on 2 hits, no errors, and 1 man left on base. We take it to the bottom of the third. Because of that man, it's 1-0 Rays. And by Blimpie, America's Sub Shop. We go to the bottom of the third inning here at the new house on the Modell scoreboard. Yankees are leading this one, or trailing this one 1-0. Modell's is the official sporting goods retailer of the New York Yankees.
Only 9 men on the field allowed. One of the grounds crew members out there in the bullpen goes back into the there it goes. Umpires quickly call timeout.
There's a strike.
Melky had a good night last night. He had 3 hits. Jumped his average. How about that? 344 for Melky Cabrera. Even 344 hitters can't do much with a pitch like that last one.
Sonnenstein, you know, last year you mentioned it, saying he's got great control. You know, he was sixth in the league last year in the AL, 1.7 walks per 9 innings.
Grounded up the middle. Bartlett, 1 away.
You know, the thing about Sonnenstein, you know, you figure out a game approach. You know the guy's got good control, although this year he hasn't been quite as good. You know, he came into this game with 12 walks and 25.1 innings. That's not him. Last year he only had 37 walks and 193 innings. But your approach with a control guy on the first pitch, opposing hitters in his career are hitting 401. Yeah. So again, if you work this guy, you know he's got good control, even though he's been walking guys this year. You know, you look for that good first one, because generally speaking, with a control guy, you don't want to let him get ahead of you.
Pena shows bunt, takes a pitch low.
So it's that fine line, Singy. You know, you were a very selective hitter. Do you jump on that first pitch? You know, in his career, as I said, hitters are hitting 401 off the first pitch from Andy Sonnenstein in his career.
Yeah, if he makes a good pitch and paints a corner, you're going to take it. You know, I'll give you that one. Oh, let's see you do it again.
Ripped by Pena down the right field line and foul.
But if he throws something like that in the first pitch, you're going to jump on it.
talked about Cito Gaston, the manager up in Toronto, getting another shot. You know, and that was his theory. He thought, you know, certainly the Moneyball era of baseball and Billy Beane out in Oakland and grinding out pitchers and high on-base percentage guys. But what about that good first pitch, you know? And sometimes that's the best one to hit. And that's what he's got those guys up in Toronto doing this year.
Off-speed pitch.
He and Gene Tennis, the hitting coach.
Drive that ball early in the count. Don't let these guys jump up on you. And of course, as you said, Singy, there's a fine line between being overly aggressive and swinging at bad pitches early in the count, but also letting that first one might be the best one you see go by.
2-2.
Pena had to act like he wanted to get that one fair down the line. That might be the hardest ball I've seen him hit, batting left-handed.
2-2. And the count is full of 3-2. Rays 1 run on 3 hits. The Yankees have just 1 hit. Matsui's leadoff single in the second. And the payoff. Grounded to Romero. 2 outs. Time for the Toyota text ball for tonight. Tonight's question is, which of these stars on the Rays would you most want to build a team around? Now you can text your vote to 58772, and of course standard text messaging rates apply. Your choices are number 1 Carl Crawford, number 2 Evan Longoria, number 3 Scott Kazmir, and number 4 BJ Upton. Number two would be my choice.
I want number 5. How about David Price? He's not even here right now. I'm going to throw him on that list. It's just a matter of time before he gets here.
You know, the thing about it, all of those players are under 27 or younger.
See, that begs the question, though, what you just brought up, David. Would you rather have a great everyday player or a great starter?
I think it's hard to go against an everyday player like Longoria. You know, I mean, the guy that's grinding it out day in and day out.
Molina slaps on the left field, diving and making the players Crawford to take an extra base hit away from Molina. I'm going to change my vote to Crawford. Well, the Yankees go down in order 1, 2, 3. Molina hit the ball hard, but a nice play by Carl Crawford takes away any chance at a hit. Hey, it's time for the New York State Smokers Quit Line Quiz. Robinson Cano made his Major League debut against Tampa Bay. Now, who is Tampa's starting pitcher? Robinson knows. Kenny, you were there. I think you might know.
Yeah, I was there, but as the moment, I do not know.
Well, no, I'll know in the bottom of the 4th inning.
I can wait.
Gabe Gross against A.J. Burnett. Yankees trail 1-0. Fastball low. Well, you watch Burnett, and his stuff, as the players would say, is just filthy. I mean, you wonder how he ever loses. His stuff is so good. Ground ball and through for a base hit. Single for Gabe Gross.
I know that when Cano got called up, the Yankees also called up Chen Ming Wang at the same time. And it helped change their fortunes that particular year. There's third base coach Tom Foley going through the gyrations of the signs for Gross, who's at first base, and Bartlett, who's at the plate.
In his first 3 starts this year, A.J. Burnett had a 3.20 ERA. In his last 2, he's had a 9.0 ERA. Things kind of fell apart when he had a 6-0 lead at Fenway Park against the Red Sox. Yankees ended up losing that game. And he had been practically unhittable to that point. Now, last year with the Jays, the Red Sox couldn't touch him. So losing that 6-0 lead was a little bit of a shock to A.J. and a lot of people. He really beat himself up over pitch he made to Jason Varitek that was hit for a grand slam.
You can usually tell with A.J. early in the game, if he's got that good knuckle curveball going, kind of a slurvy slider, I don't even know what to call it, breaking ball. You know, it's got side-to-side movement and downward tilt. When he gets that pitch going, you know, then he's double trouble. But if he struggles with that breaking ball, even though he's a power guy with his fastball, you know, it is fairly straight at times, and that's usually when he gets hurt. Predominantly a 2-pitch pitcher, not really, you know, he's got a third pitch, a changeup. I think I've seen one tonight. It's not really a pitch that he has a lot of confidence to go to, you know, in key situations. Basically, power fastball in the mid-90s and a knuckle buckling curveball. When he has them both going, he is unhittable, Michael. But without one or the other, then you know, sometimes you get burned. We all did.
Great pitch right there.
This particular battery matchup, if we're going to look, you see that finger up off of it. That's a classic knuckle curveball, and you can see that tumbling tilt kind of action to it, straight down on that particular pitch. He can variate the break with that pitch too. He can kind of drop down, get a little more side-to-side movement on it, or get on top and go straight down with it.
Upstairs.
This particular battery matchup has been together with Jose Molina and A.J. Burnett pitching 3 games so far this year, and with that battery, opposing hitters are hitting 194. So A.J. likes this battery. Nothing against Jorge Posada. They haven't been together very much. But right now, these two guys so far this year have had it working.
1-2. And Bartlett swings and misses. 1 away. 6th strikeout for A.J. Burnett.
Michael said, filthy breaking ball. Here it comes again. The right-handed hitters. It kind of dots and then breaks away. Not only does it break away, it's going down too. So it makes it doubly difficult to square it up and hit it. You see Bartlett with the well, the now famous helicopter swing.
Here's Iwamura. Count 1-0.
Is also a key thing with Burnett too. You know, when after the count is 1-0, batters are hitting in his career 264. After an 0-1 count, it's 189. Pretty big variation there. So sometimes it's just the simple things, Michael. Strike one really makes a huge difference.
Runner goes. And a nice play by Teixeira. He steps on the bag for the 2nd out. Gabe Gross moves to 2nd.
Hey, pick him up, come on.
Well, struggles at the plate, not affecting his defense.
Well, the Rays stay out of the double play, but by making this play, it kept runners from going 1st and 3rd and 1 out. Instead, there's a runner at 2nd and 2 outs as Teixeira. Notice when he flopped there, he looked at the glove, see if the ball was in it. I mean, I'll tell you what, even though he's not hitting, talking to him before the game, his spirits are up. And usually players like that, they know that eventually they're going to turn into a complete ball player. And even when you're not hitting, you make plays like that. It can help your team defensively.
Runner in scoring position for Tampa Bay. They're 1 for 6 tonight in these situations. Longoria with the only hit, and that drove in the run, and that's the only run in the game. Fastball strike. 95 miles an hour, so Burnett dealing. Navarro hitting .083 with runners in scoring position, 2 for 24. Now it's a little worse because he also made an out in the second inning, so he's 2 for 25 now.
Even though Navarro doesn't probably know the exact numbers about him hitting with runners in scoring position, his manager probably does. The hitting coach probably does. And speaking to Steve Henderson before the game, Hindu was saying, my guys aren't hitting with runners in scoring position. Got to get things going. But Navarro might not know it. He knows he hasn't been coming through in these situations. He might not know the exact numbers. He knows this year it's been a struggle so far. Not only hitting with runners in scoring, but just to get hits in general. George Hendrick, the first base coach, must know something about Navarro. Now, he's hit 2 ground balls foul, but look where he is. I mean, Hendrick is way out of the coaching box. I mean, he's deeper than Teixeira.
Not going to steal any signs from there.
No, he's not, unless he has binoculars in his pocket.
Foul back. Now, I could see a third base coach being there for Gary Sheffield. Well, why is he there for Navarro that far?
Well, you saw 2 ground balls come that way.
Burnett with a high pitch total here in the 4th inning, 72.
Moving back.
Kind of become a victim when your stuff is so good and sharp. You get a lot of strikeouts, but your pitch count does get up when you're a strikeout pitcher.
The 0-2.
Burnett's already got 6 strikeouts, 3 2/3 innings. We saw his pitch count.
Steve Henderson there had hip surgery, had hip replacement surgery. And last year, in certain stadiums, it was hard for him to get up the stairs. He had to go around to the ramps and walk into clubhouses. This year, he's feeling good, walk around, playing golf on off days. No more pain. Look out.
Ooh. He pops right up. Boy, that really got him hard. Carry him all the way back to the Yankee dugout.
This is a classic case of just pulling it with you. It's like a golfer. Mentioned in golf, that's a snap hook. Your arm gets way out in front of your body. You want to make sure that you bury this fastball inside, and he's just out in front and yanks it down and in. And boy, that is right off the top of the foot. You watch Navarro try to hop and get out of there, and it's just too late. 95 miles an hour, right down, right below your ankle bone.
You know that doesn't feel good.
B.J. Upton struck out looking in the first, then a slow roller up the third baseline that Pena should have let roll foul, or at least attempt to let it roll foul. A single for him. And then a stolen base, and he scored on Longoria's double.
Pure power.
B.J. Upton had a pretty good swing, too. He was a little late, but he had one thing on his mind with that swing.
A.J. has struggled with runners in scoring position so far this year. 3 hits at 17 at bats. That's 176.
Well, his last 2 pitches have been nothing but fire.
Above the belt. Tough one to get on. When you're throwing that hard, that high hard one's still the hardest pitch to catch up to.
1-2.
All of these pitches right at the top or above the strike zone. You can throw 4-seam gas that high. You know, Hal McRae, the great DH from Kansas City, used to tell me, when you're throwing that hard, that's still the hardest pitch to hit. The high hard one in the mid-90s. Hal McRae was a great hitter, my former manager with the Royals. Had some battles with the Yankees back in the 70s. He was a hard-nosed player.
He could hit.
That whole field right here. Come on.
He was manager of the Rays for a while when they were the Devil Rays. I think Hal's from Bradenton.
He is. Still down that way.
I wonder if Hal and Willie Randolph exchanged Christmas cards. Hal McRae used to take Willie Randolph into left field during playoff games. Swing and a miss. Power right by Upton. And Burnett works out of trouble. That's his 7th strikeout. No runs ahead, no errors, and 2 men left. Burnett went up the ladder. Hey, it's time for the answer to the New York State Smokers Quit Line quiz. Robinson Cano made his major league debut against Tampa Bay. Now, who was Tampa's starting pitcher? And the answer is Doug Wechter.
He was a local kid from St. Pete.
And Robbie has not looked back. Back to the top of the lineup for the Yankees. They've had 1 base runner who raced on a double play, so Sonnenstein has faced the minimum 9 over 3. Pitches inside to Jeter. It'll be Jeter, Damon, and Teixeira. 1-4-0 Tampa Bay. 0-1-1 for New York. Seven of the 9 Yankee outs, ground balls. So that ball really moved. Count 1-1.
It's really been his best pitch of the night, that curveball. Really mix it in. It's in the mid-70s, generally speaking. Sonnenstein, not a power guy, mid to upper 80s with his fastball, but good movement. Just about everything he throws moves.
Good contrasting styles in the pitching matchup tonight.
Slice foul. The 1-2. Grounded up the middle. Bartlett fields. And they get Jeter. One away.
Well, Bartlett really, look at how much range he has. He had to go a long way to cover this play. You talk about a guy who really changed the whole dynamic of their infield defense. When they got Jason Bartlett last year, going up the middle, he really solidified things. And Jeter still runs well. He easily gets him at first base.
It's interesting how they put their infield together over the last few years. First of all, they get Pena almost off the scrap heap. I mean, he had to make the team. In fact, he was cut. Somebody got hurt, and they added him to the team. And he's a solid first baseman. Won a Gold Glove last year. Then they got Iwamura. He played third base 2 years ago and played it solidly. Then they moved him to second last year. I think he made only 4 errors last year at second base. Then they get Bartlett in a trade with Minnesota. Solid trade, solid shortstop, and this year he's hitting. Then Longoria comes up as a #1 draft pick to round out the infield. Solid fielder and the rookie of the year, and so far this year having a great start too.
They've really made some good decisions in their front office. Obviously, all the years of finishing in the bottom of the order, they had a lot of high draft picks. They picked well.
Yeah, Upton in center is a #1 pick. Carl Crawford in left is a #2 pick. And some of their pitchers. Longoria, as I mentioned, is a #1 pick. You're right. And not only do you have the picks, your scouts do well by picking the right players, and then your development people do well to turn them into baseball players. You know, sometimes you make a good trade with the Mets to get Kazmir. Not a good trade. That was a great trade.
We saw Edwin Jackson pitch in Detroit last week. Boy, I always liked his arm. I know they were wondering about his control over the years, but that's a trade yet to be seen how it works out for young outfielder Matt Joyce, who I believe is still in the minor leagues with Tampa right now.
Damon loses that battle. Swings and misses. 2 away.
Sonnenstein, as we said before, his best pitch is right here. This curveball, he's really had good command. That one's right over the plate. Looks like it's going to be a fastball at the knees, breaks straight down, right over the heart of the plate. And those are the ones that you get swing and misses on.
Hot shot up the middle and a base hit. Past the shift. That was the shortstop Bartlett who made that dive. So Teixeira picks up a single.
It'd be interesting to see what that pitch was, because lately Teixeira's been getting a lot of breaking balls. Now that was a fastball, and he was on it. You know, with all the video going around, and if you're not hitting a particular pitch, the next team in or the next team that you're going to face, they're going to feature that pitch to you. I think Sonnenstein wanted to get ahead on the count, and Teixeira wouldn't let him do it. Got himself a base hit.
There's Matsui. Matsui with the single in the second inning, 291. He started off and looked awful. Then he had his knee drained, and he's been a different player since.
You know, of all the Yankee hitters in the lineup tonight, I think Matsui is the toughest matchup for Sonnenstein. He's 3 for 10, and 2 of those 3 hits have been home runs. And as Michael said, Matsui's looked pretty good lately. And the way he takes pitches, it's almost as if he hasn't fooled them yet. He had a base solid single his first time up.
Sliced the other way. That's going to be trouble. That is a fair ball, and it bounces up against the wall. Teixeira will stop at third. It's a double for Matsui.
Well, comparing notes out there at second base, and Matsui up out over the plate, going the other way. A man with a plan when he steps in. And this one is just fair into the corner. And a good job by Crawford, a good athletic move to come up with this without having the ball bounce back over his head. If it had, Teixeira would have scored.
So the Yankees have an opportunity here in their 3-game losing streak. They are 3 for 23 with runners in scoring position. That's 150. Check out 130. Pitch is high. .51 pitches for Sonnenstein, 34 strikes, so 2-to-1 strike to ball ratio, which is excellent. Popped up, left field, coming on Crawford, and that's going to do it. So the Yankees do not get the big hit with runners in scoring position. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 2 men left. We go to the 5th, 1-0 Tampa Bay. Thank you, Bob. As we go to the top of the 5th, right here, it's 1-0. The Rays lead the Yankees on the Lexus scoreboard. Can you imagine the amount of eating that Lorenz and Flaherty are doing at the studio these last couple of days? Monday, they were there for about 15 hours, although Flaherty's on a health kick lately, so we'll have to check in on the postgame to see how he's doing.
Can you overeat? Stuff yourself on health food?
You know, it's an excellent question.
Which then becomes unhealthy, right?
You would think. Although Bob, you know, it's almost like an Easter egg hunt in his office. There's M&Ms all over the place in the corner of the
chocolate.
Yeah, it's amazing.
He's got the best office.
You're right.
That's how he does all of his work. There's a strike. Along with David Cohn and Ken Singleton, I'm Michael Kay. You're watching Yankees baseball right here on the Yes Network. We're in the top of the 5th inning. It's 1-0 Rays. We thank you for joining us on this Wednesday night. Crawford right back to Burnett. 1 away. 7 strikeouts for A.J. Burnett. Let's look at every one of them.
Well, he came out smoking just right on the outside corner at the knees. Nasty breaking ball down and in. Dotting that outside corner. Another breaking ball and a 3-2 pitch. Back door in that breaking ball. But that thing's sharp tonight. You can just see the bend and in the high heat, right on by.
Let's see. Bird. I don't get it. A.J. Burnett. I don't get it. Grounded foul.
Pigeons?
I still don't get it. Season high is 9. Career high is done twice, and that's 14.
The Yankee fans are really creative with those.
Well, this time they might be too creative.
I remember the cone heads.
Maybe we could send Kim Jones down there to find out. What do you think?
Kim says absolutely not. No, she... Broken bat, slow ground ball to Cano. Boy, Longoria really busted down the line. 2-away.
Well, you'd like to see that. He's the youngest player on the team, just 23 years old, and he was voted the player rep. That usually doesn't happen. Usually it's a veteran player who has that job, but
well, when you get a multi-year deal, I guess you get a little security. Throw that guy out there.
Rookie of the year, they're not getting rid of him, right?
That's a big part of that job, is the safety factor, the security that you can go front and center and represent your team.
There's Carlos Pena. 0-1.
You got Longoria leading the league in runs batted in, and you got Pena second. That's a good 3-4 combination.
Another strike.
High octane right on the outside corner. If it caught the corner, it caught a hint of the corner.
Swing and a miss. Pena down on strikes. 8 strikeouts for A.J. Burnett. An 11 pitch inning. He's the most economical. So the Rays go down in order. We're halfway through. Yankees Baseball on Yes is brought to you in part by J&R Music and Computer World. and by Toyota, the official hybrid vehicle of the New York Yankees. Andy Sonnenstein has been strong through 4. We go to the bottom of the 5th. Here's Nick Swisher against the Rays right-hander. Comes in with a 6.75 ERA. Doesn't like it tonight. And the pitch. Breaking ball. 1-0.
You know, one thing when you see these pitchers with high ERAs who have had some good history in the recent past, like Sonnenstein, you figure eventually they're going to throw a good game somewhere along the line. You just hope it's not against you.
Lexus scoreboard, it's 1-0 Tampa Bay on 4 hits. Yankees have 3 hits, and they committed 1 error. Romero Pena third on a ground ball in the 1st inning. And the count now 3-0 on Swisher. Swisher doesn't help the pitcher out. He doesn't extend the strike zone. Doesn't expand it. He's going to make you throw the ball over the plate. Let's see if they green light him. They do. Rounded foul.
Well, Swisher came through the Oakland system, and that's part of it. They used to promote players through their system by the number of walks that you got in your on-base percentage. It helped to have a good on-base percentage, and you would move up.
3-1. High fly ball, right field. Just missed that one. Gabe Gross is there. And there's one away. Well, there's a shot of the Mohegan Sun Sports Bar. At Mohegan Sun, you'll find a million different ways to play with something for everyone. Visit MoheganSun.com for more information. Here's Melky Cabrera. And he chops the ball to short. Bartlett. 2 outs.
Like Melky was trying some trickery there. He'd squared up to show bunt, draw the third baseman in, then try and slap it by him. Instead, he didn't get it towards third. He got it towards short. Watch Melky fake the bunt, pull the bat back, and that's what Michael called it, the butcher boy last night. Melky must have been listening. As Bartlett's going to throw him out.
Maybe he was reading up on Casey Stengel. That's his expression. There's a strike. Former Yankee manager used to say, you know, show us if you're going to bunt, run up in the box, and then just butcher ball it. Butcher boy the ball.
Melky was out here working on his bunt earlier today.
The 0-1. There's a strike. 0-2.
You can sense that the crowd is just waiting for something to get going here. The Yankee offense has been kind of stagnant tonight.
And it's still stagnant as Romero Pena pops up to Bartlett for the final out, a 9-pitch inning for Sonnenstein. Yankees go down in order, and we go to the 6th. 1-0. Well, that's a costly joke, I'll tell you that. Well, it's break time. Time for a fresh brewed cup of coffee. At Yes, we get our Green Mountain K-Cup coffee system from the same people who bring us our office supplies. WB Mason. Who but?
That guy looks a little stiff.
Loosen up, babe.
Get a cup of coffee.
Here's Pat Burrell. He's 0 for 2. Count 0-1.
Longtime Philadelphia Philly, Pat Burrell, comes over from the team that beat the Rays in the World Series. It took their money. They're going to play for them. And in fact, I think the Rays were playing in Boston, and during a night game, and during the afternoon, he went back to Philadelphia and got his ring, a World Series ring, was introduced, and they want Pat back. Of course, they were saying that with the Rays too, and he flew back to Boston and played that night at Fenway.
Count 0-2. Kind of a trade for the Phillies. Pat Burrell signs with the Rays, and then they sign Raul Ibanez to play his position. But it was nice of the Rays to allow him to do that, and it was a special moment for him. The 0-2.
You know, conversely, you know, when we were down in Tampa earlier this year, and the Rays did that sort of spectacular raising of their banner, Pat Burrell stayed in the clubhouse. He said, I'm not, you know, I wasn't part of this team last year. Out of respect to his teammates, he stayed out of the fray when the Rays raised their banner at home earlier this year.
You know, maybe because it was just American League Championship banner, and he played for the team that beat him, and he just wanted to avoid all kinds of controversy or conflict. But it's, you know, it's a way to do it. I can understand that.
2-2. Just missed.
But I wonder how often he wears that Philadelphia Philly ring around his teammates. That would be the real key. That looked like a nice ring, didn't it?
Well, it could serve as two. You could serve two ways. It could be either something aggravates him or something that motivates. 3-2.
Oh man.
Burrell takes one just off the outside corner.
See Molina setting up outside. He's got a little movement on that glove. That's off the plate. You can see Molina does a great job of trying to catch it in his web and frame it, but Burrell's got a good eye.
I was talking to Java Chamberlain today about the 12 strikeouts. I believe 9 of them were called. And he gives all the credit to Molina. He said, first of all, he called a great game. He said, the way he frames pitches, he said that's why you get the call third strike. People love pitching to this guy. Asked Job about the the celebrations, which some people were criticizing today, and he said, you know what, it seems like it motivates the fans. It gets my teammates up. He said it pumps me up. It's nothing artificial. I don't do it just to do all those things. He said, I don't think it annoys anybody. It's just something I do. We had this discussion last year, and I just think that's the way the game has changed.
In some respects, I mean, ironically, Dennis Eckersley was in the booth for the Red Sox covering the game for Nesson, and he was a classic example of a guy, especially when he was closing, with a big fist pump.
You know, I can see where that could annoy the opposition. But if you're the Red Sox last night and Job is doing all those gyrations, I know what they're yelling at him. Hey, take a look at the scoreboard. You're losing. And the Red Sox actually won the ball game. They tacked on some more against the Yankee bullpen.
But the days of just doing your job and walking off the mound, they seem to be
long gone.
Not totally, but certainly on the way long gone.
Yeah.
Because you see Papelbon, he goes through all those gyrations. K-Rod across town with the Mets does the same thing. This is after one of those strikeouts to end the inning. I look at that and I just see pure emotion. I don't think there's anything that's contrived at all.
Well, I think you're right, Michael. Times have changed. Well, as the eras go by, the way of playing the game has changed.
Somewhat. There's always been characters in the game. We lost Mark Fidrich, the Bird, earlier this year, who had his gyrations and act on the mound. Al Raboski, the Mad Hungarian, certainly had an act back in the 70s as a relief pitcher. There's always been guys that have shown emotion.
Yeah, he could tick people off, though.
Yeah, there's always guys on the opposition that are going to use that as motivation.
Those are the guys you really wanted to hang an L on. Make sure they came up the losing pitcher. Gabe Gross was a former #1 draft pick of the Blue Jays. He was a quarterback at Auburn, I believe, and chose baseball. The Blue Jays actually traded him to Milwaukee, and then he was traded to the Rays from Milwaukee.
There's a block by Molina. Didn't see where it was, but Burrell did not recognize that quickly enough.
I don't know if Burrell knew where the ball was either. It seemed to be far enough away for him to advance. We'll take another look at it. Breaking ball in the dirt. Breaks off the heel of the glove. Jose has to go all the way around home plate umpire James Hoy to find the ball. And I think maybe Burnett was blocked. I should say Burrell was blocked out as well.
Tough play for Molina. He was setting up outside for a backdoor breaking ball, and Burnett pulled it way across the plate down and in. Toughest situation for a catcher is when you miss location on the other end of the plate to get over there and block one in the dirt.
Line drive, base hit to right field. Burrell will stop at second, so a single for Gross.
It's 2 hits for Gross now as he got himself into fastball counts both times. It gets himself a fastball up towards the middle, drills it through the hole into right field for a base hit. Always been a solid defender in the Blue Jays organization, but they came up with some other outfielders.
Now, we were talking about this yesterday with Jabba. Jabba threw 5 2/3 innings, 108 pitches. You see Burnett with 104. And David, you made the point. You can't pitch the contact when your pitches are so good and people are going to swing and miss. But the way the Yankee bullpen is right now, that's not a good thing to not be able to get out of the 6th inning because they're not pitching well enough to make those last innings count. And it's a very dangerous tightrope. Bartlett bunts, and it's a beauty. Sacrifice successful. 2-4 as the runners move up.
You know, Michael, it's not only the swings and misses, it's the foul pitches if you foul them off. And you can't quite put the hitter away. Those add up as well. Here's Bartlett and doing something that he does very well. Only one Yankee could get to that ball, and that's Molina. He does, throws on to first. That's the only play he had, and the sacrifice is successful.
Well, the thing is, Michael, there's a big difference between A.J. Burnett and Jabba Chamberlain. Jabba Chamberlain is still establishing himself. He's very young. A.J. Burnett's in the prime of his career. You can run him up to 120 pitches. You can push him, obviously, a little further than you would Jabba.
A ground ball would get a run in to short and second. And the pitch is low. Iwamura hits one to deep center. Melky Cabrera has room. He'll make the catch, tagging is Burrell. He'll score. Moving to third is Gross. It's a sac fly for Iwamura, and it's 2-0 Rays.
Well, the Rays building a run around a leadoff walk on a close pitch to Pat Burrell. Then the single, then the sacrifice, and then the sacrifice fly. That's an example of little things they were doing last year with more proficiency.
All right, if I'm on the mound right now, A.J. Burnett's mindset, don't let down. Strand that runner at third. It's only 2 runs. You get through this inning, they might push you out. You might be able to get out for the 7th as well. You've got to strand this runner right here on third. Your offense hasn't got going yet. Sonnenstein's been sharp. Very important part of the game here. Burnett's been good in this situation throughout his career with Runners in scoring position and 2 outs. Very important sequence right here. If you can get this out, strand that runner, then you can run him back out there for the 7th inning.
Count 2-0.
Romero's had a couple of really good at-bats. That last sacrifice fly was driven to deep center. He drove the double to left field earlier in the game.
Line drive to right field. It's a base hit in front of Swisher. So Gabe Gross will score an RBI single for Navarro, and he certainly has not done that this year. And it's 3-0 Rays.
That's a backbreaker. Just what we were saying. He got a 2-0 count. Fastball had to come in there. Molina's setting up in, drifts back. He knows it. You got 2 outs. Now you give up the 3rd run. See Girardi with a quick meeting out there to Burnett just to check on him, see how he feels. We've talked about his pitch count and all the strikeouts, up to 110, 111 pitches. You're going to see some stirring in that Yankee bullpen. Pitch. They've been pitching inside behind in the count. You see Molina setting up in. The ball drifts out over the middle of the plate. All night long with that power stuff, when A.J. Burnett has fallen behind, he's consistently pitched these Rays hitters inside. It's a 2-0 fastball.
Pitch to B.J. Upton. There's a breaking ball that whispers across the outside corner for a strike. 111 pitches. Remember, after the Pena error in the first, he threw 10 more pitches than he would have had to. There's a strike.
Nice one, BJ. How about?
Blocked by Molina.
Navarro over there on first, the catcher kind of toying around with stealing the bag there. Tried to get an early jump on the last pitch.
He's got one this year.
Rays like to run the 1-2 from Burnett. High fly ball, right center. Melky Cabrera drifts back and makes the play for the final out of the 6th. But a tough inning as the Rays scored 2 runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 1 man left. We go to the bottom of the 6th, 3-0 Rays.
Yankee baseball, and yes, is brought to you in part by your tri-state area Audi dealers. Audi, the official luxury vehicle of the New York Yankees.
Bottom of the 6th inning. Jose Molina will lead it off. Yankee offense has to get rolling. They're down 3-0. It'll be 9-1-2 against Sonnenstein. And Edouard Ramirez throwing in the Yankee pen. Popped up. Gabe Gross is there. 1 pitch, 1 out. Time for another look at tonight's Toyota Text Ball. Once again, the question, which of these stars on the Rays would you most want to build a team around? You voted at 58772, and here's how you voted. 72% agreed with me, Evan Longoria. And then it was close between Crawford and Upton, and the pitcher never gets any love, David. Scott Kazmir, 6%.
I voted for Other.
What, somebody in the minors they haven't called up yet?
Price, yeah. Dan Other. I think he plays second base for the Marlins. Oh, that's up.
Longoria is a pretty solid choice.
Yeah, I think he is too. Let's put it this way. You'll be seeing him at third base for a long, long time.
The 0-1. Yankees had a 4-game winning streak before this 3-game losing streak, and during the 4-game winning streak they hit 317. 3-game losing streak, not counting tonight, hitting 221. Runners in scoring position during the 4-game winning streak, 486, and during the 3-game losing streak, 130. It's easy when you look at it like that, but they're just not hitting, and they're not getting any kind of solid action out of the bullpen.
You know, you can't expect a team to hit 486, but that's got to level off. You've got to get that closer to 300, 285, 290 over that stretch of all of those games, as opposed to 486 over a couple.
Grounded to third. Longoria, the long throw. 2 away. That's going to bring up Johnny Damon. Derek is now 0 for 3 on the night. Along with David Cohn and Ken Singleton, I'm Michael Kay, and you're watching Yankees baseball right here on the Yes Network. Bottom of the 6th inning is 3-0 Rays. Damon's 0 for 2. He takes a pitch outside, 1-0. Sonnenstein previously has made 5 starts against the Yankees, and in those starts, 2-1, 5.65 ERA. A strike.
You notice he's not messing around on the mound either. He gets the ball right back. He's ready. He's in the attack mode the whole game.
Grounded inside first and down the right field line. Damon rounds first. He'll head to second. Gross fields quickly and fires in. Boy, did he make that close. Damon with a double, and Damon's looking back at Gabe Gross as if to say, give me a break.
I told you he was a solid defender. And it looks like I told you he was a former quarterback. Looked like he had quarterback's arm on this one. This is a strike from one of his wide receivers. It happened to be Jason Bartlett at second. And Bartlett did a good job of deking, just standing there as if the throw was not coming in his direction. And then at the very end, watch him drop the tag on Johnny Damon. And Damon hustles in there with the double.
Please, really. And here's Teixeira. There's a strike. You remember having an arm like that, David?
Well, I tell you what, that was flat-footed too. It wasn't like he got a crow hop or that was on the fly with his weight kind of flat-footed.
The wall kind of prevented him from going back and getting any momentum. Just the all arm, great throw. Teixeira's 1 for 2. Rounded foul. Now they have to shift against Teixeira. One more look at that throw from Gross.
He does get squared up, but that's a quick release. He got over there quick, fielded the ball, shifted his weight quickly, and just heaved it all the way in the air. Johnny Damon cannot believe it.
Remember what I said about a lot of breaking balls to Teixeira? The first 2 pitches were breaking balls, and what he's going to have to do, he's going to have to square up and hit one of these, and then all of a sudden, the pitcher's going to have to go back to mixing it up again and giving him some more fastballs to hit. There's another breaking ball. They're watching video now, and nowadays with all the video, and the Red Sox featured a lot of breaking balls to them. In the series before that, the team that the Yankees were playing, a lot of breaking balls and varying the speeds. And when you're going poorly, they don't hang any of them. They make some decent pitches with them.
So the conference on the mound is broken up. Yankees trail 3-0. Runner at second, 2 outs, bottom of the 6th. Teixeira at the plate. Strike 3. Teixeira down looking. Breaking ball, breaking ball, breaking ball. Then he paints the outside corner with the fastball. So Teixeira now 0 for his last 18 with runners on base. No runs a hit, no errors, and 1 man left on base. And you can see the frustration. Well, the Yankees make the call to the bullpen, brought to you by AT&T. Your world delivered. The high pitch count got Burnett. So Joe Girardi holds his breath and goes to the bullpen. Edouard Ramirez will get the first call.
And the backbreaker for Burnett was obviously that 2-out hit by Diana Navarro. Forced him to go a little deeper than he would have. If he would have got him there, I think Girardi might have run him back out there for the 7th inning. But once he gave up that 2-out hit and the 3rd run on the board, that was it.
See Ramirez's numbers, and we always point this out: 23 base runners in 10 2/3 innings. Foul away.
playing a Rays, at this point, it is imperative to keep Carl Crawford off base. Burnett did a good job of it.
Soft roller up the middle. Jeter charges. Field fires. Not in time.
I'd like to run like this just for about a week, maybe even one game. Infield hit, man, he can run. Watch him out of the box here. He can sense an infield hit. Almost, 2 strikes. He's at full speed, and he's got an infield hit. All-around athlete coming out of school. You can see he is safe. Coming out of school in Houston, could have played football, basketball, or baseball, and took the Rays money, second-round draft pick, and they made a good pick. And, they were able to call him up, but he might not have been ready as a major league player, but Carl Crawford's developed into an all-star in the major leagues. And at the time, the Rays could do it because they were going to finish last anyway.
Fouled away.
Well, I remember facing him when he first got called up. I was obviously still pitching for the Yankees and saw him down in Tampa, and I was impressed from day one. He just had, you could tell that he had good hand-eye coordination. Obviously, he had tremendous speed, but there's just certain guys you get a sense that, hey, this guy's going to figure some things out. He's got the tools. His stroke right from the start, even though he was hacking at some bad pitches, I left a couple over the middle of the plate, and he drilled them, his rookie year when he first came up, and he opened my eyes really from day one.
$19 for 19 in stolen bases. He's stolen a base in 8 straight games. And the Yankees pitch out.
He wasn't even phased, or he gave no indication he was going. It's almost as if he expected to pitch out.
Now do you double up? If you're the Yankees right here, do you want to put Ramirez in a hole down 2-1? Do you try to pitch out twice in a row?
Put him in a hole against Longoria. That might not be good.
He goes. Throw to second. Not in time. High throw. 20th stolen base for Crawford. Jose Molina thought it might have been interference on Longoria. We'll take a look.
It's a veteran catcher. You can see a good jump, and that's just pure speed. He's not looking back. He's straight through the bag, and I love the way these guys slide. Feet first. You see Molina tries to get, you have that kind of speed, you're going to rush it. You see Molina rushes a little bit there, and ball down and in, trying to work the interference call. See him there? That's a veteran catcher right there, trying to work it.
Like a jab.
Not going to work.
Going back to last year, Crawford has now stolen 22 in a row.
So Longoria with a runner in scoring position. Well, you wonder why Longoria has 35 ribbies. When you have Upton and Crawford in front of you, they're going to be people on base, and they'll be in scoring position.
And Upton's really not starting to hit yet.
Longoria had an RBI double in the third. He's driven in a run in 9 of his last 10 games.
Flash is up in the studio watching this, and he talks about this a lot. When you watch Longoria take pitches and just spit on it, good changeup down there, he doesn't even offer at it. All his weight is back and balanced. That's when you know a guy's locked in.
Low ground ball to second, and that gets the job done as Crawford moves to third.
That was the changeup. He was out in front, just clipped it off the end of the bat, but in the process, Crawford moves over to third. going to force the Yankees to bring the infield in. With that double earlier in the game, Longoria now has a 10-game hitting streak.
Almost looked like Longoria was just thinking that all the way. Team player is going to give himself up, push the runner over. He did get out in front of that changeup a little bit, but he still stayed back, did not roll over it, and still got it to the right side.
Yeah, we did mention he was American League Player of the Month for April. First time ever in Rays history that had a player win that award.
Infield in. Pitch to Pena outside. Nothing Tampa Bay.
Now, David, in this situation, you've got the second leading RBI hitter in the league up. It is 2 balls and no strikes. Just be ultra careful. If you walk him, you got Pat Burrell a chance for the double play.
Yeah, you definitely do not want to give in this situation right here. He did not. You see with a 2-0 changeup. You have first base open. Although Ramirez is probably more effective, ironically, against left-handed hitters because of that really good changeup that he has. And Jonathan Albaladeo backing him up in the bullpen right here.
That was a late call, but the Yankees got it.
See that changeup grip. Another 2-1 changeup with a lot of movement on it. You can almost see Molina catch this ball in his heel, the heel of his glove. It's not always about catching it in the web. Sometimes on those pitches, you want to have as minimal amount of movement in your glove as possible to try to frame that pitch. Certainly get the benefit of the call there.
Struck him out. 3 strikeouts of Pena tonight. And 1 walk. That's a big strikeout for Edouard Ramirez.
I think that's the line he had yesterday. He had 3 strikeouts and a walk, and this time he heats them up. After all those changeups, this one looks like a Nolan Ryan fastball. Went right on by him, strikes him out. If there's one thing about Pena, I know he's a good RBI man, great power. When he makes out, he has a tendency to strike out. Doesn't put the ball in play.
Here's Pat Burrell. There's a strike. Crawford's at third with 2 outs. 3-0 Tampa Bay. And the pitch. Grounded foul. Rays have 7 hits. The Yankees have 4. And the 0-2. 1-2.
See Molina standing up behind home plate there. And almost looked like Yogi Berra in Don Larson's perfect game.
You mean after it was over?
To see the catcher stand up. This is the old school right here. I want this ball up.
Yogi jumped up and came from behind home plate. Jumped on Don Larson, and Larson had to carry him all the way into the clubhouse.
Kind of been back and forth. Change up, fastball, change up, fastball, change up.
Swing and a miss. An impressive inning for Edouard Ramirez. No runs, an infield hit, no errors, and one man left. At the end of 6.5, it's time for the 7th inning stretch here at the stadium. Yankees are trailing this one. Well, thank you, Bob. Here in the bottom of the 7th inning, Yankees trying to push across some kind of offense. They're trailing 3-0, 3-7-0, leading 0-4-1. Andy Sonnenstein's done a great job. It'll be Matsui, Kano, and Swisher here in the 7th, which is high.
Looks like Sonnenstein's got his control back. You know, we talked about his good control last year. He was 6th in the league, 6th best, returning to 1.7 walks per 9 innings. Hasn't been that great this year, but he's been sharp tonight. No walks, 4 hits.
Ground ball. Oh, nice play by Sonnenstein. He took a base hit away from Matsui. Would have been his 3rd hit. Instead, it's the 1st out.
Well, Matsui's hit the ball hard 3 times now. Has a couple hits out of it, but there's another pitch up. And just got the leather on it. Knocks it down. Sonnenstein fielding in position. Part of being a pitcher is once you release the baseball, you become an infielder, a defender. And actually the closest one to the hitter. So you got to be on your game to make plays like this. Quick with the left glove hand and then spins and throws him out. Little cutter right there.
Yeah, everything he throws moves. You know, his natural movement's a little right to left, a little boring cutting action to both sides of the plate.
Line drive, right field, giving chase. Gross, he got a nice jump on the ball to run it down. 2 outs.
2 hard hit balls this inning, and I know that even though there are outs, that's an indication to the manager and the pitching coach that the hitters are starting to catch up with him a little bit, and it's a chance to get the bullpen going. Plus his pitch count is getting up. Gross is the type of defender could play all 3 outfield positions, but he is a prime-time defender out there, and that's why they got him.
Just see the pitch count right there, and 54-26 strikes to balls. Excellent. Really haven't been a lot of opportunities. The Yankees 0 for 2 with runners in scoring position. Just no walks and 4 hits from Sonnenstein. The Yankees just haven't been able to get base runners.
This is Sonnenstein's longest outing of the year. Strike 3. Swisher down looking. Sonnenstein doesn't seem to be fatiguing at all. He is retired the last 4 in a row. And now Nick Swisher is thrown out by the home plate umpire, James Hoy. Joe Girardi will come out and try to separate. Well, Joe Girardi had an animated discussion with the home plate umpire James Hoy about this pitch. This was strike 3 to Nick Swisher. Swisher didn't like it, said something to Hoy, and Hoy immediately threw him out. Let's see if he was right. Well, we've seen him call worse strikes today, so he's had a wide strike zone.
He's definitely had a wide zone, and if I heard Hoy right, in between innings when he was talking to Joe Girardi, he said he can't say that. And obviously Nick Swisher used the wrong language and was thrown out of the game. Now my point with Nick being thrown out of the game, it's one thing to argue, but in a game when you're losing and you have a chance to come up later on, maybe do something, you want to try and stay in ball games. You know, you could be upset with an umpire, but you can watch your language too.
That was also a quick hook, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I don't care what he said to him. You know, unless it was, you know, you can see that ball's around the plate a little bit. But you know what? Sonnenstein's been right on the plate all night long. He's got great control. You see Girardi thinks that ball's outside on those backdoor breaking balls they break around the plate. A.J. Burnett got a couple of calls too. It's been both ways. He's been consistent, but that was a quick hook. You see that a lot with a lot of young umpires now. They're trying to establish themselves, and you know, Swisher probably said that ball's outside, and certainly you can't argue balls and strikes. But you see, as you see, they're still jawing at each other, but you see veteran umpires that'll give you a little more leeway. I mean, that's a quick hook for a starting outfielder. You know, I mean, even if you did say that's outside, you generally, veteran umpires will have a little more leeway unless you really push it, and then they'll run you. But that was an awful quick hook.
You know, I always felt that umpires would run you quickly when they weren't sure themselves if they were right. They're not going to stand there and take it.
Well, generally, if you see a hitter jump right in an umpire's face and maybe bump him, that's a quick hook time.
Jonathan Albaladeo has worked the count to 3-2 on Gabe Gross.
Have been thrown out for target balls and strikes. Yeah, it happened at least once.
Certainly within the letter of the law, and James Hoy was in his rights to be able to run a hitter if he's questioning balls and strikes. But generally, veteran umpires will give you a little more leeway.
Punched out and foul. Also, you've seen Girardi. He's thrown out a couple of days ago, arguing in an animated fashion with James Hoy. The frustration started to show. The team's not hitting. He's going to a bullpen. He's holding his breath every time he does, and I think the whole team's starting to feel it, and you would hope that they use that frustration and start to perform better. Last time he got thrown out, they hit 2 homers in a row, but now they're on defense after Nick Swisher got thrown out. So Cabrera's in right now, and Gardner's in center. Nice play by Cano. Beautiful play. Took a base hit away from Gross.
You know, one of the differences between the major leagues and the minor leagues, and everybody says, what are the differences? The pitching's better, the hitters are better, but also the defenders are better too. And they're at the top of their games. And in some minor leagues, those are base hits. The ball's going to get through. But when you get to a big league second baseman and shortstops and third basemen, they're capable of the extraordinary play and just taking hits away from the opposition. In the minors, you get those hits. They help you get to the big leagues. But when you get there, some of those hits are going to be taken away on plays like the last one.
Here's the 1-0 to Bartlett. Grounded foul. Well, after the final out, join Bob Lorenz and John Flaherty back in the Yes Studio for the W.B. Mason postgame. Get all the highlights and stats from this game against the Rays and hear what the players have to say to Kim Jones in the clubhouse. It's the W.B. Mason postgame after the final out. And it's right here on Yes. One-two. Grounded left side. Diving stop by Pena. To his feet. Got him. 2 outstanding defensive plays by the Yankees for the first 2 outs.
Same thing applied on this particular play by Romero Pena at third base. As we saw with Cano at second. Minor leagues third base are maybe not capable of making this play. We know that Pena's a shortstop by trade, which means he has pretty good range to begin with, but he was quick. He got up quickly and then showed the strong arm. He wasn't even in the picture when that ball started out towards the hole. And he dives, comes up, and makes the accurate throw for round number 2.
Here's Iwamura. And a strike.
when Abaladejo's pitching well, you see a lot of ground balls. He's got a nice hard sinker.
Count 2-1. And the count 2-2. Count still 1-2. Hey fans, tonight throughout the Yankee season on Yes, we're allowing you to vote along with the three of us here in the booth for the Chevrolet Player of the Game. Text your vote to 58772. Tonight's candidates are Sonnenstein, Longoria, Iwamura, and Navarro. Vote now, make your voice heard. Standard text messaging rates apply. That one missed inside. Count 3-2.
Anything that's not called a strike now on a close pitch against one of the Ray hitters, the umpire is going to draw the ire of the fans.
And the Yankee bench. 3-2. Grounded and stabbed there by Teixeira. He beats Romero to the bag, and Abaladejo got himself 3 ground balls and 3 straight outs. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. Yankees run. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Yankees are trailing 3-0. A crowd of 42,585 here at the stadium. That'll be the bottom of the Yankee order against Andy Sonnenstein. Andy's not completed the 8th inning of the game since May 16th of last year. And the pitch outside 1-0. There's action in the Rays bullpen, so if he falters, it'll be a quick hook. He's only at 85 pitches right now. The 1-0. Knuckle thought bunt, pulled back, takes a strike.
See the backup, Dan Wheeler, J.P. Howell, 2 guys that had excellent years last year. Really turned around that Rays bullpen from the previous year.
Ground ball up the middle. Earl Moore gets in front of it, and there's one away. Yankee offense simply non-existent tonight against the pitcher who's good, but came in with a 6.75 ERA. They have been unable to touch him. The closest and the best rally they had, runners on second and third and 2 outs. And the fourth, Cano flied out to left. Then they had a runner at second with 2 outs in the sixth, and Teixeira struck out looking. Those are the only 2 runners in scoring position.
Sonnenstein did beat the Red Sox in his last start on May 1st. May has been better to him so far than April was. It's kind of been a back and forth year for Sonnenstein. You know, he opened up against Baltimore, gave up 5 runs, then 2 earned runs against the Yankees on April 15th.
And a strike.
Yeah, he got a no decision in that game on April 15th, but the Yankees won the game.
And then he had another quality start against Seattle, 3 earned runs in 6 innings, and he gave up 7 earned runs against Oakland. And then, as I said, he beat Boston in his last start.
Count still 1-2. Pena today has grounded to second and popped to short. Jeter's 0 for 3. Damon's 1 for 3. Teixeira's 1 for 3. Matsui 2 for 3. And no one in the bottom of the order has been on base. Cano 0 for 3. Swisher 0 for 3. Cabrera 0 for 3. Pena's 0 for 2. And Molina is 0 for 2. Starting to rain at the stadium. Daily occurrence, the 2-2. Foul bat. And the 2-2. Pena is battling.
With the bullpen going, you saw Wheeler and J.P. Howell. I mean, Joe Madden is starting to smell the finish line here. If there's any problems in this inning, according to what hitters up for the Yankees will match up with either lefty or righty, and he has Troy Percival to close it out in the 9th inning.
Hit shortly and through for a base hit. So the rookie gets a 1-out single. And let's see if Madden goes to the bullpen. Time to take a look now at the play of the game, brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% on car insurance.
You see Molina gets a cutter. Crawford gets a good jump on it. Got a great athleticism, great speed, nice play. The Geico play of the game. Carl Crawford and Andy Sonnenstein likes it.
Pitch to Molina is outside. 1-0. Molina, as you saw, robbed of an extra base hit by Crawford, then flew out to right in the 6th. He's the Yankee catcher with Jorge Posada on the DL. Yankees got a little bit of bad news today about one of their DL players, and that's Brian Bruni. Brian will not come off the DL at the end of his 15 days. He's going to be on longer than that. Only starting the soft toss. He could be the big answer to what's going on in the bullpen.
A little surprising here in this situation that Joe Girardi is going to let Molina hit. Obviously, Francisco Cervelli is the backup catcher. You got Brett Gardner on the bench. You need base runners.
Now they've already used Gardner because of the switch got thrown out.
Yeah.
So they really like that one is dumped to right field, and it's a foul ball.
So he could not make a move. That takes a move away, and
he's strapped right now. I mean, very, very short bench. Posada's on the DL. You've got a rookie as the second catcher, Francisco Cervelli.
My mistake.
And
you got Burrow.
I guess you could use Burrow.
Burrow is your only choice.
Yep.
And if you would use Gardner, you're going to use 2 men because you got to get Cervelli in to do the catching.
And Gardner played center, and Melky moved to right when Swisher got thrown out. 1-2. And he dunks it to right field. Fair ball, it's trouble. It is. It scoots past Gross and goes into the corner. Pena rounds third. They're going to hold him up right there. They are down by 3, so they don't want to take any chances. So Molina with a double.
Well, he toyed with the right field line on the previous one, and this time he keeps it to the left of the line. Going the other way with that little cutter, and the ball's going to skip by Gabe Gross into the corner, but he plays it well. And it's another reason why Pena's holding the third base, gets the ball to Iwamura.
So really strong outing by Andy Sonnenstein, and now Madden will go to his bullpen. Derek Jeter's coming up with runners on second and third and 1 out. Well, it's time to announce the Chevy player of the game as voted on by you, the fans, and the 3 of us here in the booth.
And it's going to be the starting pitch for the Rays. Andy Sonnenstein, who just left. He is our player of the game. 7 in the third inning, 6 innings, leaves 2 runners on base, 4 strikeouts, and no walks. He had a good outing today.
Now, he won that award, but if the Yankees rally and win this game, it would be somewhat of a Pyrrhic victory for Sonnenstein. So the Yankees are attempting to get on the board first and then try to make up this 3-run deficit.
He finds himself in a position that he cannot lose, as you see Dan Wheeler's numbers in 10 games. Sonnenstein cannot lose this game, can only win.
99 pitches. Dan Wheeler on the mound against Jeter. Jeter 2 for 10 against Wheeler lifetime. 1 of the 2 a home run. Crowd of over 42,000 getting into it, most of them on their feet. Yankees faced Wheeler on April 14th. They shelled him. 1 inning, 4 hits, 4 runs. Fouled away.
Wheeler has been a big part of the bullpen. Last year made 70 appearances and led the team in appearances. But right now, he's got to try and get out of the best opportunity, frankly, the Yankees have had all night. Second and third and 1 out.
Count 1-1.
Pretty much fastball slider in his repertoire for Wheeler. 2-pitch pitcher.
Count 1-2.
So far this year, he's given up only 3 hits to right-handed batters, but 2 of them have been home runs. High fastball. Jeter trying to hold down. That was a borderline pitch. I don't know if he called it a strike or that he swung at it.
Phil Cope beginning to throw. Off flat ground before climbing atop the mound. Second and third. 1 out. Infield's back. They'll give up a run on the grounder, but the Yankees want more than that. Romero Pena is at third. Molina is at second. Hard to score him with a single with the arms in the outfield. The weakest arm belongs to Crawford. Pitch. Strike 3. Jeter down looking. Two away.
Pretty good looking pitch. Got a little run right back to the corner. You can see that right there. Jeter almost looks like he's trying to spoil it. Right there. Catches the corner. Good pitch. Good late movement. Sonnenstein loves that.
And now Wheeler's done as Madden mixes and matches with the lefty Damon due up. He's going to bring in a lefty of his own. Now the Yankees have runners on second and third and 2 outs, trailing. Yankees baseball on Yes is brought to you in part by Chivas. Here's to a great game. Chivas 18-year-old. Live with chivalry. By IOTV. IOTV offers you incredible picture and sound. HD is free with IOTV. And by Avis, the official rental car company of the New York Yankees. Big spot for Johnny Damon. And he's going to face J.P. Howell, the left-hander. 2 left-handers in the bullpen for the Rays. This is what Howell's done. This is his 13th game. 12 strikeouts in 10 1/3 innings. Second and third, 2 outs. In the last 17 innings, the Yankees have had 3 runs put up on the board. Not a rally, nothing extended, all on 1 swing by Johnny Damon last night.
Really the first chance the Yankee Stadium crowd has gotten to get on their feet, really sensing the moment.
And the 1-0. 2-0. On deck is a switch hitter, Mark Teixeira.
And nobody warming up in the bullpen. If Damon can keep this going, Teixeira will take his swings against Howell.
And the reason for that is that there are 2 lefties following Teixeira, Matsui and Cano. Howell staying away from Damon, and now Pena wants to go talk with Howell. Sonnenstein just a spectator. 7 1/3 innings for him. He left with runners on second and third and 1 out. Wheeler came on to get Derek Jeter looking. for the second out. Now a 3-0 on Damon. Does Girardi try to catch that lightning in a bottle and turn Damon loose on 3-0? Taking all the way, 3-1.
Okay, kid. Dropping up, ground ball right here. Come on. Ground ball out to right here.
Starting to rain a little bit harder here at the stadium. And the 3-1. He walked it. The bases are loaded for Teixeira. And Jim Hickey's going to come out and talk with Howell. Teixeira is looking for a signature moment as a Yankee. The other left-hander, Brian Schaus, beginning to throw. There's no argument that Mark Teixeira has struggled. Historically, a shaky hitter in April. It's raining right now, and the previous first baseman for the Yankees, Jason Giambi, made his mark in the rain for the Yankees. That's where he earned his pinstripes with that swing. Can another number 25 do it? Teixeira had a game against the Red Sox with 2 home runs, but he needs big hits in big moments. That's why the Yankees brought him in. Tonight, he's 1 for 3. He has Romero Pena at third, Jose Molina at second, Johnny Damon is at first. Look at the numbers with the bases loaded. He's 0 for 4 lifetime against Howell. Could this be a signature moment for Mark Teixeira? Changeup, and it is really raining here at Yankee Stadium. Eerie how Giambi did it in the rain with the bases loaded. And now this could be Teixeira's chance as well. And the 0-1 upstairs. Through another change, back to back, and the count 1-1. Most of the fans scrambling for cover or popping up some umbrellas.
Well, generally the reason why they stop games is because the pitcher begins to have trouble controlling the ball. And you saw Howell throw that last ball away, trying to keep his hands dry.
The 1-1. 2-1. Now, Girardi has said the thing that impresses him about Teixeira in these moments, he doesn't jump out of his shoes. He continues to take pitches. He will accept the walk and pass the baton to Matsui. The 2-1. Line drive, left field. It is a base hit. 1 run scores. Molina scores. They're going to wave home Damon. He scores. It is a bases clearing 3-run double for Mark Teixeira as the Yankees have tied the score at 3.
Now Teixeira's been waiting for this moment as Michael set it up. Andy Sonnenstein cannot win this game. As Teixeira has come through, times being called as it looks as though the Rays are going to go to their bullpen one more time. As J.P. Howell cannot get the job done. As Teixeira picks up his 13th, 14th, and 15th run batted into the year. And we've got a tie game. Let's see this. I don't know if it was a changeup. We'll take a look. Whatever it was is towards the middle of the plate. He's going to hit it off the end of the bat.
can't get a feel for that curveball, that slider down and in, and here's the payoff. Change up right down the middle, sits there. J.P. Howe knows it. It's down in the corner. Johnny Damon's already almost at third base by this point. You see this when these changeups stay up. As you can see, he reads fastball, but he's long through the zone, off the end of the bat, snaps the bat in two. But he's strong enough, singing kind of like you when you hit, to muscle that ball and stay on it just enough. Kind of backlegging it, pulling back on it. Strong enough to get it down the line for a double and 3 RBIs to tie it up.
Thanks for the compliment, but that was a long time ago.
Another rain delay here at the stadium. The tarp seems as much a part of this ballpark right now as the freeze over the grandstand. So Mark Teixeira has a while to think about this. A bases clearing double. The game is tied at 3. Let's throw it to the studio. Bob Lorenz and John Flaherty. Guys. Raindrops, how appropriate. Mark Teixeira, right before they put the tarp on the field, bases loaded, double off of J.P. Howell, broken bat double, clears the bases, and a 3-0 Rays lead has turned into a 3-3 tie.
Well placed into the corner, and of course with 2 outs, everybody's off and running, including Johnny Damon. Here he comes, rounding third, and the game is tied. Didn't need to slide, but wanted to make sure. Broken bat from Teixeira. He'll give up the bat for the 3 runs batted in. And especially a tie game and the rain coming down. You know, when the rain's coming, you don't know how long the rain's going to last. You know, so the fact is that here it is. Damon once again carrying the mail. Game tied. So you see the crowd in the background on their feet. Didn't matter if it was raining.
When you join a new team, you're always looking for that seminal moment that you're going to feel a part of it, that the fans are going to embrace you. And Mark Teixeira certainly has not had a good April, and his rough going has leaked into May as well. But that was a big base hit for him, and you know, the teammates start to think that they could depend on you, and obviously you want to win the fans over as well.
Well, he's handled himself very well. You know, with the media, he stood in front of his locker after every tough game. You could really see the emotion singing on his face when he's standing on second base after that double.
Yeah, I talked to him before the game today, and he was upbeat. I mean, I'll give him credit. He has never gotten down, even during this period of not hitting. And I think that's part of being a hitter. He knows he's going to have his slumps, but he also knows and has confidence enough that he's going to come out of it. And he started right there.
And there's 2 sides to every story. Sonnenstein, who pitched so beautifully, now gets a no decision. So Teixeira's on second. The inning obviously not over. The Yankees would like to plate him, turn the ball over to Mariano Rivera, and get out of here with a win and snap their 3-game losing streak. So Matsui is going to face Schaus, and Matsui is 1 for 11 lifetime against Schaus. The 1 hit a home run. There's Mo getting ready. So we're about ready for baseball.
Schaus is an interesting story. He's been around for a long time. 40-year-old left-handed reliever. He's like the Jim Cott of the recent vintage.
A little bit of a hold-up because there's a new rule that you have to have a center fielder. And DJ Upton obviously is somewhere in that new luxurious visitors clubhouse here at the stadium. So Madden's looking for him as well.
It gives me a chance to give you a little computer update here, Michael. You know,
love it. What do we got?
Bob Lorenz has covered this, I'm sure, but Boston has lost against Cleveland 9-2, and with the Mets 1-0. Johan Santana now 4-1 with an 0.91 ERA. As you see, Upton's going to take the field. Frankie Rodriguez is a save, and you know what, Singy? We saw the Angels, and I think they underestimated Frankie Rodriguez. They really miss him in their bullpen this year.
And well, you know, you make the decision whether you're going to pay or not going to pay, and they decided to hold on to money, and they wanted to share it. Maybe they were saving the money for him. They didn't get either one of them.
Well, short rain delay here at the stadium. We'll give you the exact time once the pitch is thrown. But Schaus against Matsui. The go-ahead run is at second base. That's Mark Teixeira. 3-3 game. The Yankees finally have some life. Shutout over the first 7 innings.
Watch this delivery.
And a strike. 28-minute delay.
You can see why he's been around a long time. Schaus' professional career goes all the way back to 1990. Or you can look at it this way, the last century.
The 0-2. And he gets Matsui, who is now 1 for 12 lifetime against Schaus. But Mark Teixeira with a big hit. Bases loaded, 2 outs. And Teixeira through the raindrops gets a double to clear the bases. It's a tie game. We'll probably see Mo. it's time for the Land Rover drive of the game. A hint. That could be it. That guy.
We saw it just a moment ago. Our Land Rover drive of the game. Bases loaded. Reed coming down. And Mark Teixeira delivers a 3-run double to tie the ball game in the bottom half of the 8th inning. Johnny Damon scores. The game is tied. And we move on to the 9th. That's our Land Rover drive of the game.
So Mark Teixeira has to feel pretty good about things. 0 for 18, his last 18 with runners on base before he finally comes through. Tie game at home. You bring your closer in for the 9th inning. And Mariano has not pitched in 6 days. And he will face 9, 1, and 2 in the Rays order here in the 9th and try and keep it at 3-3. 5 saves in 10 games, 12 hits in 9 2/3, a little high, no walks, of course, and 13 strikeouts. Here's Navarro, and there's a strike. Attempted bunt and a foul ball. Mariano has struggled this year against right-handers. Lefties hitting 182 against him, 4 for 22. Righties 8 for 19, 421.
That tells you there's some bite on the cutter for the left-handers, and maybe he's getting too much of the plate with the right-handers.
You know, all of the damage against Rivera, as you see those numbers, lefties and righties, all the damage has been on the road. He's been perfect at home at the new Yankee Stadium. 5 innings, no earned runs.
Just miss, nipping the outside corner.
See Molina setting up away. Doesn't quite get the cut. That little four-seamer kind of stayed true and stayed off the plate.
Served into left field. Coming on, Damon can't make the play. A leadoff single for Navarro.
After going out there on the previous pitch, Navarro serves it, and off the heel of the glove, if it gets down in the palm, he's going to hold on to it. But this time off the heel of the glove as he's leaving his feet, and the ball's going to fall in for a base hit. Another look at it. If he gets it towards the pocket of the glove, he's going to make the catch.
There's B.J. Upton, Pena in at third. Does Madden bunt with Upton, who could do a lot of damage with one swing of the at-bat, one swing of the bat. Righty's hitting 421, as we mentioned, against Mo. Not bunting and takes a strike.
Yeah, the Rays only have 4 sacrifice bunts this year. They're not quite in the category of the Red Sox that didn't have any when they were in town. And Upton does not have a sacrifice bunt.
Strike. 92-mile-an-hour fastball. Upton 1 for 6 lifetime against Romero.
In fact, Navarro at first has 3 of the 4 sacrifice bunts.
The 0-2. Climbing the ladder. Burnett did that against Upton in the 4th inning, and he climbed along with him.
Good 0-2 pitch there. You know, we noted that Mariano struggled against right-handed batters. Making a move a little bit. A little up the ladder, inside. Good idea right there. Now you can go back in and double up or go back down and away.
Two and two.
We first saw Mariano in the '98 World Series. Bruce Bochy, the manager of the Padres, pinch hit right-handed batters against Mo.
2-2. Served down the right field line, but out of play.
Upton's checking his bat. That was off the end of the bat. Sometimes you look up and down the handle, you find a hairline fracture.
Strike 3, Upton down looking.
This time it's Madden's turn to get in between one of his players and a home plate umpire, and Upton still jawed. Madden doing his best to deflect the voice of his outfield. He wants to keep him in the ball game. And we'll take a look at the sequence. There's a cutter for a call strike. Call strike 2. Those are both strikes. Moves him back off the plate. Does it again. And then trying to go back away. There's a foul pitch. And you know what? That had the inside corner. It cut to the corner, and that was easily, as David said, call strike 3.
Definitely a strike.
Here's Crawford.
It was set up nicely, too.
Very good sequence, and you can see Mariano can reach back when he has to, but you take a look at the cut on this pitch. That's got a lot of plate, and it's certainly high enough. And when B.J. Upton goes back and sees the video, he's going to know it.
Crawford fouls it away.
He must not have said the magic word, Singy, because we saw Swisher get run just on one statement. That ball's outside, if my lip reading is any good. B.J. Upton must have worked it and finessed it and didn't say the magic word. I'd certainly rather see a sequence like that than what we saw with Swisher getting run out of this game on one statement. You know, the theory being, Singy, is you know that the players are hot. The umpires are supposed to be cold. And I understand you don't want umpires to get abused. And if you do say the magic word, obviously you're going to get run. But the players are running hot. And whatever Swisher said, well, that was a quick hook on him. And B.J. Upton, obviously. See another foul tip. Molina's taken a few this series, but B.J. Upton obviously did not say the magic word because he could have been run there as well.
You know, years ago, I think I was thrown out of a game once for arguing balls and strikes. As we take a look at this last pitch, cutter in on the hands. You can see Crawford trying to fight it off, and it gets a piece of painted. And the umpire who threw me out of the game, his son is umpiring at third base tonight, Mike DeMuro. The late Lou DeMuro threw me out of the game. I think it was in Kansas City. And I remember, you know, at the time I was among the league leaders in walks, and I trusted my eye. And I think Earl Weaver came out and said, "You know he's right, don't you?"
Navarro leads off first with 1 out. Crawford up there with an 0-2 count. Strike 3 outside corner. Crawford down looking. Mariano hit the glove. Crawford didn't like the call.
Well, this is vintage Mariano Rivera. You see Molina setting up away, and once again, it's just such late, quick movement. Mariano reaches back when he gets 2 strikes. And we'll get a look here again. That's got the corner.
You think they're complaining about height, that it's too low?
I just think it's such late movement, and really, when Mariano gets 2 strikes, he gets a little extra cut on that pitch, a little more movement. It's late. You know, you almost can't believe how much this ball moves and how late it moves. And you can see maybe Crawford thinks that's a little low, but an excellent pitch by Rivera once again.
And you know, when you watched Molina catch, he played for the cut. He was off the plate and moved his glove back over.
There's a strike to the dangerous Longoria. Let's take a look. Well, that was definitely across the plate above the knees. And it was clearly over the plate, so Crawford really doesn't have a complaint.
And that is Mariano Rivera out there.
The 0-1 outside. What a great matchup here. A 23-year-old superstar in the making, if he's not there already, against a surefire Hall of Famer who's closing in on the age of 40.
can imagine Longoria as a youngster growing up in California, watching the Yankees in the World Series and Mo on the mound and thinking, maybe one day I'll get a chance to hit against him. Maybe just one day that'll happen.
It's happening right now as eras overlap. Stays alive.
Corner to corner.
Be interesting here to see if Molina and Mo decide to go back in. Longoria had a pretty good swing at that pitch, even though he was behind it. I'd be surprised if they don't go back inside right here. Mo shook him off.
And the pitch. Swung on and missed. He got him. Pretty impressive. After a leadoff single by Navarro, Rivera strikes out. B.J. Upton looking. Carl Crawford looking. Evan Longoria swinging. 3 strikeouts. We go to the bottom of the ninth. Flaherty back in the Yes studio for the W.B. Mason postgame. Get all the highlights and stats from this game against the Rays and hear what the players have to say to Kim Jones in the clubhouse. It's the W.B. Mason postgame after the final out right here on Yes. Rivera has been locked in since getting to that dugout. He has been shouting, "Let's go, guys, let's go," wants to end it right here. And now he will root for the offense as Robinson Cano will lead off against Brian Schaus. 3-3. 8 hits for the Rays, 7 hits for the Yanks.
Shall slip on that last delivery, even with the diamond dust out there and all the rain that's been going on the last few days. Treacherous footing out there on the mound. Oh.
Count 2-1. Now you've got Gardner on deck. It's not Swisher who was thrown out of the game in the 7th inning. So if Cano can get on, Gardner's an outstanding bunter. He could move him to second base. The 2-1. Line drive, base hit. Cutting over is Upton. Cano thought about 2, but stays there at first with a leadoff single. Now the managing begins. I've not seen Rivera this animated in a long time.
See, Robinson Cano stays on that pitch right down the middle. We talked about Robinson Cano. When he's going good, he pulls the off-speed stuff, and when he hits the fastball the other way, gets a little off-speed slider there, drills it in the gap, thinking two right away, but Upton's quick. He gets over there and cuts it off.
Yeah, even as shallow as he plays, you're right, he can get over to the gap and cut it off. There's Mo's reaction to the leadoff single. And now let's see how the Yankees play with Brett Gardner. He's what do you say, run ball? He wanted to get up the gap. Been raining a little bit. Outfield might be a little slow.
Let's see if Gardner bunts. That makes sense. Cano leads off first, helped by Pena. And he's not bunting. And foul tips the ball. The only explanation is Girardi, with Longoria in, was hoping that Gardner could slap one by him.
It's a situation here where if you do bunt, you want to take it with you to first base. You got a left-handed sidewinder who's going to fall off towards third base.
You got good defenders on either corner.
You got Pena holding on the runner, and if he can get it by the pitcher and drag it, you got a chance to beat it out.
And that one he bunts to Longoria. They make the out at first, a sacrifice successful. So he gave him one shot to swing the bat. And you score that sac bunt 5-4 as the winning runs at second base.
Certainly the end result is right, but you really want to bunt this ball to first base because Longoria is free to charge, and Longoria really just doesn't even take a look. Robinson Cano's fairly fast, so he takes the sure out, but I believe he might have had a play at second base right there, and that's why you want to bunt the ball to first base with the first baseman holding the runner on. But certainly got the job done, got away with it. Now you got a runner in scoring position, but you see Longoria is free to charge. He's got the ball, and he could have had a play at second base. Well, that's why textbook bunting skills, you got to bunt the ball to first base there.
Well, Joe Madden goes to the bullpen to bring on the right-hander to face Melky Cabrera from the left side. The night over for Schaus, not for you. Well, Melky Cabrera has ended a game with one swing. Did it right here at the stadium against the A's, April 22nd. A walk-off home run. He doesn't need anything that dramatic. A single might be able to score Cano. Swing and a miss from Joe Nelson.
Well, the Rays specialize in veteran relievers. Joe Nelson's been around the block, too. Atlanta, Boston, Kansas City, Florida, and now with Tampa Bay.
The 0-1. Strike, 0-2.
He had an excellent year, Joe Nelson, last year with the Marlins. 3-1 and a 2.0 ERA, 59 games. You see his numbers this year so far. Had 60 strikeouts at 54 innings last year with the Marlins in 59 games.
Count 1-2. Yankees were trailing 3-0 heading to the bottom of the 8th inning. Loaded the bases, 2 outs. And Mark Teixeira connected with a bases clearing double. And that's where we stand right now at 3-3, bottom of the 9th inning. Cano is at second base. 1 man out. Cabrera at the plate. A chance to win it. Rivera pitched the scoreless top of the 9th. On deck is the rookie Romero Pena.
Michael, you had mentioned the Rays outfielders, and they've all moved up a step. They want to be able to have a play at the plate. All of them throw decently. As you mentioned, Carl Crawford, the least effective arm, but the other two, they can throw. Gross and Upton. Strong and accurate arms. 2-2.
Almost hit Cabrera, and a nice scoop on the backhand by Navarro to save Cano from going to third.
See, this is Nelson's signature pitch, his out pitch. Kind of that changeup, and you can see, boy, he really hangs on to it. Talk about a snap hook. I mean, you just hang on to that ball too long, pull it across your body, and a great play by Navarro.
And the pitch outside, so Melky walks.
Melky fought back from an 0-2 count to draw the base on balls.
Nelson's going to jump ahead with a fastball. Good swing. Paints the outside corner. Jumps up 0-2. Now he goes to his out pitch. Change up down. Good movement. There's the great play by Navarro. Back to the fastball. Way off the plate. Good at that by Melky.
So Melky is 0 for 3 tonight with that walk. So if the Yankees win it here, his 9-game hitting streak will end. I think he's rooting for that. Romero Pena will step in, and he's 1 for 3. Pena 3 for 6 with runners in scoring position this year, his rookie season. Strike. Defense pinches up the middle. They are deep in the corners, shallow in left and in center. And the pitch. Foul back. Cano's at second. Cabrera's at first. The veteran Jose Molina on deck. The rookie Romero Pena, switch hitter batting from the left side. And a pitch. Just got a piece to stay alive. Navarro could not hold on.
See here on an 0-2 fastball, leaves it right there. Boy, that's a good pitch to hit. Navarro wanted the pitch away. Nelson gets away with a fastball down the middle on an 0-2 count. Navarro gets a little check in the mask.
Pena's actually had 2 good swings in this at bat. Fouled them both off.
The 0-2 tapped slowly toward third. Longoria fields. Just got him. Just got him for the second out as the runners move up.
Well, if this ball gets by Longoria, it's going to be an infield hit, but he's showing his range at third and his strong arm. Got rid of it quickly. That was more like in the motive. Oh, that's close at first base. That is close. We'll take another look at it. There's the delivery by Longoria, the stretch by Pena. Wow.
He's safe there.
He is safe.
Foot's on the bag and the ball's not yet in the pocket. Well, Mo, the umpire, thinks that Del Scott blew it, and the replay shows that he did. Robinson Cano thought he was safe as well. Joe Madden continues to mix and match. With Molina due up, he goes to the bullpen again. The Yankees have a chance to win it. We're in the bottom of the ninth inning. Game is tied at 3. We've already had a 28-minute rain delay. There's more rain in the forecast. The Yankees would like to get it done here. They have runners on second and third, 2 outs. And Joe Madden, probably knowing the forecast as well, brings on the hard thrower, Grant Balfour. And with runners on second and third and 2 outs, it'll be Balfour against Jose Molina. Balfour has given up 8 hits in 9 innings, also walked 10 and struck out 9 with a 7 ERA.
Balfour with an excellent year. As you see Molina's numbers there on the night, 1 for 3 and a double. Last year with the Rays, 6-2 and a 1.54 ERA in 51 games. 82 strikeouts in 58.1 innings. He was a big part of their bullpen last year.
Here is Molina. He's 1 for 3. Ooh, right by him. He's got gas, that's for sure. 94-mile-an-hour fastball.
A little movement, too, running in on the hands of Molina.
94 miles an hour with a little hop on it right on the inside corner.
Just overpowering Molina, and the count 0-2.
Balfour does not mess around. You can see that's four-seam gas. Challenging guys, and that's what made him so effective last year.
Cano on third. That one is looped to right, but playing it perfectly is Gross. And we will have extra innings here at the stadium. So the Yankees threaten, but can't push a run across. No runs a hit. 2 men left. Free baseball coming up. We go to the 10th. and the Tri-State Ford pregame. Then David Cohn, Ken Singleton, and I have the call from the booth. Rays Yankees tomorrow starting at 6. It's only on Yes. So Graham Balfour came in and did his job. And now the Yankees will have to milk the bullpen. Mariano threw a 3-strikeout 9th inning. And now they turn it over to Phil Koch.
It's one and done for Mo tonight. He was outstanding in his inning of work. Koch, 13 games. He's been on a roll lately. 3.38 ERA, 10 innings, 0.2 innings, and 8 hits, 4 walks, 8 strikeouts.
I was talking to him the other day, and he was saying his breaking ball has been coming and going, but lately he's had a pretty good feel for it. And he's always got pretty good control with his fastball. That sets up the breaking ball, especially when you're facing a left-handed hitter like you will be right now with Carlos Pena.
It'll be Pena, Burrell, and Gross. Koch's last 9 outings, 7 innings, 2 hits, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts. Pitch upstairs, 1-0. Pena 0 for 3 with a walk, 3 strikeouts. That one's driven to right field and deep. Going back is Cabrera. See ya. 4-3 Tampa Bay.
The league's leading home run hitter strikes again. In fact, he's hit 6 home runs in his last 12 games. Tremendous bat speed. Got it where he could get to it. And I've always said it's not a bad thing to have the power hitters leading off an inning in tight ball games. You got to pitch to them.
And there's a strike to Pat Burrell. 12th home run, that leads the majors. So his night just got better after striking out 3 times. He'll remember the home run. And Koch deals another strike on the outside corner, 0-2.
See Molina's glove right here? He's not moving it. That's outer third. You got a 1-0 pitch. You got to get a strike. Pena gets full extension.
Strike 3, Burrell down looking.
Pena's a great fastball hitter, as you said, Singy, and he did not miss it on a 1-0 fastball. It's got that sound.
Yeah, he has hit a lot of home runs against the Yankees.
Ben Zobrist will pinch hit for Gabe Gross.
Zobrist is kind of a jack of all trades, and they can play all 3 outfield positions and just about every infield position. And is a switch hitter too, so that gives Joe Madden a lot of options when he wants to rest any of his players. And right now he's going for a right-handed hitter up against Phil Koch.
Line drive left field. Damon, 2 outs.
You know, Michael, we talked about that in the open, you know, about Yankee Stadium and the short porch and right and left-handed batters. And, you know, the conventional wisdom would say stay away, you know, you stay off of the inner half of the plate. Really, it's just the opposite. We saw that pitch with Koch. It was 93 miles an hour, hitting the glove. Definitely got part of the plate outer third. And those are the pitches nowadays that guys dive and hook. And I've seen more home runs go out to right field in this ballpark on pitches away or outer third than pitches inside.
Pitch to Bartlett is outside. We also mentioned in the open how well, that was about 4 hours ago, Carlos Pena has been doing. So all of those things add up here in the 10th inning. Fly ball center field. Gardner's there, and that'll do it. But that one mistake by Phil Koch as Carlos Pena turns around a fastball and deposits it in the seats and right. With that that one swing, it breaks a 3-3 tie, gives the Rays a 4-3 lead. Last licks coming up for the Yankees in the bottom of the 10th. We go to the bottom of the 10th inning. And the Rays trying to close this out, bring in their closer, Troy Percival. Graham Balfour looked great in getting the out against Molina, but this is what managers believe in. This is my closer. I bring him in when there's a chance to close the game. He has 4 saves in 9 games, 8 hits, 7 2/3 innings, 3 walks, and 4 strikeouts. Now, he was hurt during the postseason last year, but a lot of the credit getting to the postseason given to Troy Percival. Bringing a guy, knows how to win, won a World Series at the Angels, veteran presence, kind of changed the whole tenor of that ball club.
Well, really, his personality, too. He's a real loose cannon. He really likes to get on guys in the clubhouse, really loosened up their atmosphere. Just about everybody to a man talks about the change of the culture in the clubhouse, off the field, before games and after games. It really makes a difference, almost as much as on the field performance.
Well, they gave Cliff Floyd some credit for that too, but Cliff Floyd's now in San Diego. And Percival 8th all-time on the saves list with 356. And although, you know, he's the closer now, when he was with the Angels, he was a closer, one of the top closers.
Last year, 35 save situations. The team won 34 of the games that he came in. Doesn't mean he picked up 34 saves, but they won 34 of the 35 games that he came in to save. Here's Derek Jeter, will be the top of the Yankee order against Percival, trying to make up a 1-run deficit. And there's a strike. 3 for 15 Jeter is against Percival. Foul back.
Yeah, back in the day, Percival occasionally would hit triple digits with his fastball. I don't think that happens with that regularity anymore.
Good location, 90 miles an hour on the first pitch, down and away on the black. That one right back inside on Jeter. 91 miles an hour, and you're right, Sandy. I mean, he's placing it well, and it's still quick, but it's not like the days of the upper 90s, as you said.
And the 0-2 to Jeter. Outside 1-2. This fastball's been consistently 91 in the 3 pitches to Jeter. The fact that he was unavailable during the postseason kind of forced Joe Maddon's hand to use David Price, the #1 draft pick, who's down in the minors right now, but they refuse to entertain the thought of using Price out of the bullpen full time. They think he could be a #1 starter, and that's what they intend to have him 2-2. Grounded to first. Sure-handed Pena will beat Jeter to the bag, 1 away.
You notice how Pena kind of went against the grain there? He was well into the hole, playing the hole. And usually in these situations, you're guarding the line. Or at least a little bit more than he was. Look how much room is there between he and where the ball is actually hit. And that's got to be scouting reports. Guard the hole. And he's right there. The ball's hit almost directly to him with all that running room back to first base. If the ball goes to his right, or his left, I should say, it could have been a double.
Here's Johnny Damon. And a strike. Yankees, if they lose this, will fall under 500. They are 13-13. A wave by Damon, the count 0-2.
Just excellent location from Percival so far in this outing. Just down and away at the knees on the black. Just off with that one. He's been really sharp with his control in this outing.
It's almost like he has reinvented himself. He knows he doesn't throw quite as hard, so he's going for the corners more.
Damon just stays alive.
I think back when he was with the Angels, he was more of a see if you can hit this type of pitcher. And a lot of times you couldn't.
Navarro's shaken up, and they're out to check on him. Percival actually has faced the Yankees this year. Yankees took 2 out of 3 from Tampa Bay at St. Pete earlier in the season. Let's see where this gets. Right on the elbow, the left elbow.
Or on the glove hand. You see Navarro gets his throwing hand out behind him, a la Johnny Bench style. This one gets him on the glove hand. Nothing you can do about that.
Their backup catcher is Michel Hernandez. And incidentally, Percival, when he faced the Yankees on April 15th, it was a taxing day for him. 2/3 of an inning, 2 hits and a run, and he took the loss.
What type of day was it?
Taxing.
Yeah, I remember that.
Damon today 1 for 3 with a walk and a run scored. Not much success against Percival. 4 for 22. One, two. Just missed. Damon walked to keep the Yankees' 3-run 8th inning alive, and that led to Teixeira's bases clearing double. Just missed outside. Not close. And the 2-2. Shattered bat, high fly ball down the right field line. And Zobrist cannot make a play.
Pieces of the bat all up and down the first baseline here as you see Zobrist well about 5 rows back.
Zobrist having some fun. Count still 2-2. Damon gets another piece of lumber. And the pitch. Driven out to center field and deep. Going back up then. Still back. And it's one hop over the wall and into Monument Park. A double for Damon. We mentioned Upton plays shallow. And they got burned right there.
Well, the Yankees got burned because the ball hopped over the wall. And Damon hits this one well. He goes out to get it. You can see the barrel of the bat coming to meet the the ball and over the head of Upton. He gets burned on it, but the Yankees get burned as well. If this ball stays in play, Johnny Damon's going to have a triple, and he would have been at third with one out. Instead, it bounces into Monument Park, and he's going to have to hold at second base. There's Upton in full retreat. Can't come up with it.
Well, Mark Teixeira will have another chance to be a hero. A big-time hit, a 3-run double in the 8th inning to tie the score. The tying run is at second base this time. Percival deals way high, and it gets away from Navarro. Going to third. Damon's in there. And that will force the Angels to bring the infield in.
Well, redemption for the Yankees on that ball that bounced over the wall, and Navarro actually slowed it down, but couldn't come up with it cleanly, and that allows Johnny Damon to scamper over to third base. There's the off-balance throw, and Damon's in there easily.
Excellent base running night for Johnny Damon. Scored on the double from Teixeira on first base the last time. And quick read there to get to third.
Infield in for Teixeira, the 1-0. Upstairs 2-0. On deck is Matsui. Yankees trail 4-3. We're in the bottom of the 10th inning. They trailed 3-0 and got 3 big runs in the 8th on one swing by Teixeira. It was raining then. It's raining now. The grounds crew at the ready. The 2-0. High pop-up. Shallow right. Zobrist is there. Tagging is Damon. The catch is made. And the throw comes home as Damon just bluffs. So Teixeira does not get it done, much to his disgust.
Here's Zobrist coming on. The ball is in shallow right field. He does all he can to catch the ball. The raindrops coming down, and then you can see the throw wasn't very long at all. And Johnny Damon had no chance to score from third base, and Mark Teixeira not happy. He's going to leave it up to Hideki Matsui.
Matsui tonight is 2 for 4. So the tying run is at third. Matsui, the major's best hitter, late inning pressure situations, and that is this. Pitch outside.
Well, if you've been watching Percival in this inning, you know everything's been away. You know, he has not come inside one time. It's an old veteran reliever. He's going to stay away. Preferably down if you're him. If you're Matsui, you got to be looking out over the plate right here.
The 1-0. Fouled away. 1-1.
One of the rare times you've seen Teixeira show any emotion.
He had a good pitch to drive, too. A 2-0 fastball right there. We've seen him get under those pitches.
Rain coming down harder. And there's rain in the forecast for the remainder of the night. The 1-1. High fly ball left field. This should do it. Crawford is there, and he'll put it away, and the Yankees lose a tough one. 4-3 in 10 innings. In the 10th against Percival, no runs a hit, no errors, and 1 man left. The home run by Carlos Pena, the difference in this ball game, as Pena's home run broke a 3-3 tie, and the Yankees could not get that run back in the bottom of the 10th, and the Yankees have now lost 4 in a row, and they have dropped to under 500 at 13-14, while the Rays